Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. Battle of the Stars. Out of my way! Shouted Juvia as she blasted past half the group, racing ahead with her body in the form of a pressurized jet of water. Toshiro followed slightly above, keeping an ever-close eye on everyone else in the group. The second task had been announced as something simply called Chariot. It implied a race of some kind, and the actual result had been not far off that. Inside the arena was a long chain of platforms, all moving around the arena at a slow speed. The objective was to race to the end and get off the platforms at the finish line without hitting the ground. It wasn't so easy, however. There was a good amount of time to wait before it even reached the finish line, preventing anyone with a high-speed movement technique from crossing the finish line instantly and ending the match. That meant those without such abilities had to rush before the goal was reached, while others like himself had to manage their progress, lest they end up too far away from the goal or end up being targeted by those wanting to take them out of the race. Apart from him and Juvia, there were the 6 others rushing. Lucy was moving as fast as she could, but he could see that it wouldn't be enough for her to win, even with the goat spirit, Capricorn, carrying her as fast as he could. It simply wasn't going to be enough. Bacchus from Quattro Cerberus had also joined in, taking a solid lead in the match, though he had a feeling Juvia was about to overtake him. Cosmos, one of the Garu Knights, was racing after them all on a large plant, occasionally having to jump to a new one when she reached the limit of how far the plant would take her or if it was destroyed. Unlike some of the others, her strategy was a much riskier one, as she would not be able to recover as easily as most of them if she fell and didn't stop herself in time. But then, sometimes you had to take risks to win big. Raventail had surprisingly sent, or maybe it was forced considering who the guild was, Kurohibi, and his condition did seem better than it at first glance. It wasn't good for him, however. He was lagging behind everyone. He'd finish, but he wasn't sure he'd do well at all. Points were points at least. If you fell off, your team got 0 points. It was an automatic 8th place, no matter how many times people fell off. So even if he was lagging, he might be able to just pull off a win in time if he hurried at the last moment. Or if anyone else fell off, he'd get an automatic boost in his rank so long as he made it to the end. Bringing his mind back to the others, Toshiro couldn't help but feel that they were the most dangerous opponents for him right now. Juvia was fast, but he would be able to race ahead. He was more worried about Renji. The man was watching him and the others closely as well, waiting for the right moment just like he was. And then, well, there was her. That monster. He was finding it hard to not go off the deep end and lung at her, but he knew he had to keep a calm head. He'd get in trouble if he tried to kill Ichigo's little sister, even if she was a despicable person. Focusing on the match alone helped with his efforts, and soon enough he could see the first platform starting to approach the finish line. No sooner had he started to move, however, had Renji and Yuzu acted. Renji shot ahead of him and he would have given chase if not for the arrow that flew right into his flight path, forcing him to dodge to one side and let it sail past him. Immediately he had his sword drawn and released his Shikai, sending a dragon of ice flying at Yuzu. She was quick as well, dodging rapidly to one side at a speed faster than Shunpo. He knew that, so long as he kept moving, however, he would have the advantage. For every step of Shunpo, he would cover far more ground than she would travel with a burst of Hirenkyaku. She was certainly faster, but it would do her no good if that speed could not equal up to the distance he would travel in the same time. He couldn't afford to fight her here. Not when he'd lose his head. Sending another dragon at her as a distraction, he rushed forward after Renji, speeding after the Shinigami ahead of him. Bakuda number 4, Hanawa. The crackling yellow energy shot forward from his hand and wrapped around Renji's leg, catching him off guard as he was suddenly yanked backwards. It wasn't much of a distraction, but it was enough to make Renji pause, and that was all Toshiro needed to zoom past him as fast as he could. Down on the ground he could see the situation getting worse. Juvia was zooming past everyone with Bacchus rapidly chasing after her at his max speed, almost managing to keep up with the jet of pressurized water. Cosmos and Lucy were neck and neck as well, but the attacks Cosmos sent at Lucy were forcing her to fall back a bit as Capricorn tried to protect her. Kurohibi was still near the back as he had been before, no difference in his original state. He was going to win, or at least come second. Renji was catching up and they were almost neck and neck, Yuzu chasing after them but still lagging behind. They were almost at the finishing line when he sensed it. That magical power, the one he treasured more than anything else. He froze, not caring that Renji had taken the chance to zoom past him and cross the finish line. He didn't care as well when Jovia and Bacchus shot past not long after, even as they looked at him curiously. He ignored them, turning to face the monster he knew was rushing towards him. He saw her, clad in ice that stretched out to the sides to create large ice wings, 3 flower petals of ice floating behind her made of 4 points on each. She had slowed down, but he knew why. It wasn't about her winning. It was about stopping him from winning, even at the cost of her own team suffering a bit today. And even as she got closer, he could still hear nothing. Not when he was this close to his own soul. You dare wield my own power in front of me? All pretenses of keeping his head on straight shattered as he rushed away from the finish line, ignoring the cries for the fairy tale mages in the stands. He was too lost to care anyway. Tilting his blade and catching the sun on it, he attempted to blind Yuzu as he prepared a slice almost sure to either kill or maim her. As he swung, an ice wing came down to block his strike. It was the ultimate sense of betrayal. To have his own soul fight against him and to save his enemies. His wild strike had left him open and he was too late to block the large arrow that smashed into his chest. He hadn't fallen back far when an ice tail smashed into him, enough force to send him flying to the ground. He wasn't even touching it for more than a second when ice shot down from above and froze him to the ground. Ah! She was smart it seemed. She must have realized he wouldn't stop even if he had lost the match. And despite it all, he still struggled, screaming profanities at her until his voice grew hoarse. He didn't realize when he had started crying, the despair he felt as he cried out for Hyorin Maru too much to bear. He never noticed Yuzu looking back at him sadly, pausing a few moments and losing her chance to cross the finish line in time before Cosmos and Lucy. Protector of the Fairies. What the hell was that? Asked Laxus in outrage. What the hell was he thinking? I swear, if I get a hold of that guy he's going to regret it. It's not his fault, Shinji snapped out, defending Toshiro despite the shock he felt of what had happened. But that thing Ichigo's sister used. The way he reacted, the words he was screaming at her. I think that was his Bankai. Shinji looked at Ichigo for confirmation, already having noticed that his friend didn't even seem shocked at the knowledge. You knew, didn't you? That's why you didn't want him to fight. Ichigo nodded gravely. I didn't want to make him admit it. Imagine how much it must be killing him inside. Its mere use in his presence was enough to send him off the handles, his mind getting clouded completely. I did not know it was Yuzu who had taken it, however. Considering Karen is a Shinigami herself, it's odd that she would even approve of such an act. I think that sending her was likely part of their plan, pointed out Mr. Ogden as he watched the scores appear. They'd been watching it enough to already know, but it still was painful to see Toshiro's last place because of his knockout, especially as Toshiro had been ready to grab first or second place. What do you mean? Think about why they sent her forward. They had plenty of choices, and yet they choose her despite how your other sister, Karen, would have been more effective. Shunpo is better for distance, as we have clearly seen. This proves one highly possible outcome that they were after. Not their victory, but our loss. That makes a lot of sense, muttered Laxus as he glanced at the scores and did the maths in his head. We had a good lead yesterday and they must have not wanted to keep it that way for too long. You know what they say when someone gains momentum. They will either keep going and winning or they will hit something and lose. What bothers me is why they would settle for such a low score, however. I doubt it was intended, pointed out Shinji. You saw her face, right? She looked pained for some reason. Perhaps she's realizing what a monster she. Shinji paused as he heard the shattering of something, turning towards Ichigo to see his grip having broken some of the banister he was leaning on. I mean dash. No, I understand how you feel, Shinji. Taking away someone's Bankai is worse than it even sounds, explained Ichigo for the sake of the others. You know that a Bankai is our soul. To lose it is far more painful than you can even imagine, and it is even worse to see such power used against you. It would be like your own soul had betrayed you, and you can't even hear why. Such a connection would have been severed when the Bankai was stolen. Ichigo's grip tightened, bits of dust slipping from his hands as the crumpled rock was crushed further. As much as I want to defend her, because I don't know how much she understands as being a Quincy, I can't. Not so long as she holds that power. How the hell did she even learn such a technique? Muttered Shinji. I've heard of it only briefly but not in any much detail. I know the general specifics. I just wonder who taught her that. Whoever did knew she would encounter a Shinigami, that I am sure of. It's possible it was the intention of one of those Quincy generals you were telling me about that Natsu and some of the others fought. Perhaps they wanted to shrink out fighting power? That's always possible. They definitely have an agenda, muttered Shinji, even as he heard his name being called. Looks like I'm up. Shinji gave a glance towards his named opponent, spotting Neppa from the Garu Knights heading down. Perfect. I needed a punching bag. I'll be a minute or two, so hold on. Not waiting for an answer, Shinji leaped down off the stands and down into the arena, holding his cap down on his head to avoid it flying off. He liked to think the new addition helped make him look cooler to any of his fans out there and hoped it would last longer than any others he had in the past. They normally ended up getting blown away or damaged beyond repair. So you're my opponent, said Neppa as he finally appeared, taking a swig from the bottle in his hand. Sorry, but you're going to have to just fall here. We need the points. Shinji didn't bother answering back, instead drawing his blade as he waited for the match to begin. The moment he heard the sign, he was already charging in, swiping at Neppa's chest. He was rewarded by a thin layer of blood flying off his blade, but he hadn't dug in far enough, Neppa still able to fight easily enough as he retaliated. With a loud burp, purple acid shot out of his mouth, Shinji barely dodging in time with Shunpo. He appeared right behind the man before slamming the hilt of his blade against the man's back, knocking him forward. He was already moving when acid burst out all around Neppa, acting like waves of water as it whipped around him. That didn't stop Shinji, the Vizard raising a hand as blue energy gathered in front of it. This may dent your pride a bit of great executioner. Hada number 33, Sukatsui. The energy blasted forward as a large wave, knocking away Neppa's acid and leaving him open to Shinji's quick slice, forcing him down to one knee as this strike dug in deeper than the first. Shinji was ready for a third strike when Neppa raised up one large hand, shouting out so everyone could hear him. I concede. Shinji paused before getting a confirmation of his victory before he finally sheathed his blade. It seemed Neppa was smart enough to understand when any further fighting was pointless. He didn't bother saying anything to the man though as he left, instead glancing at the time as he jumped back up to the stands. What you know? I really did finish it as quickly as I said I would. That makes a change. Protector of the Fairies. Well then, it looks like we can get on to one of the more popular choices of the day, stated Chapati happily as he read the next match lineup in front of him. From Fairy Tail A, we have Lucy Heartfilia, and from their opponents, the lovely ladies of Mermaid Heel, welcome Yuka no Aguria. Lucy started making her way down, her friends giving her encouraging remarks as she passed them and wishing her luck. She had her keys for her other friends on her belt, so she wasn't too worried. Her opponent was meant to be a celestial spirit mage like herself as well. She wondered how much they might have in common and if Yukino treated her spirits similar to how she did. She still remembered how Angel treated them, but she quickly tried to push that memory back down. Thinking anything about Angel made her remember the woman's fate and her inevitable role in it. As she entered the massive arena, a strange feeling of nervousness fell over her. She'd never fought for the entertainment for others before, and the fact she was having to fight in front of such a huge crowd was a bit nerve-wracking. She looked towards Yukino to see how she felt, only to flinch, seeing something she had never expected to see in the woman's eyes, especially not to be directed at herself. Hatred. Why? What had she done to deserve such a look? Still, there was something about the woman in front of her that seemed familiar to her. Like she had seen her before somewhere. Let's start the match. Called out Chapati joyfully. The second match of day 2 may now begin. Both Lucy and Yukino backed away from one another, reaching for a key and picking the one they needed. Come forth, Taurus. Come forth, Polaris. The large bull that was Taurus appeared by Lucy's side, wielding a large double-edged axe that he held with both hands. At Yukino's side, however, was not a member of the zodiac but rather a spirit from a silver key. The spirit itself was large mechanical pink bear, a yellow handkerchief wrapped around its neck. "What spirit is that?" muttered Lucy curiously. She had seen many silver keys, even getting a new one herself from time to time. She had never heard of this spirit though. What was it capable of? Polaris. Crush her. Polaris charged forward at his masters, bringing his two large paws back and swinging them towards one another in an attempt to crush Taurus. With a powerful leap, Taurus jumped over the palms and swung his axe, knocking Polaris back a few steps. He didn't let up with the chance he had been given, launching another swing at the bear's chest. Despite the sharp blade and the immense power behind Taurus's swing, Polaris wasn't sent flying back as far as she had expected. Taurus didn't look like he was confused, however, the bull recognizing the spirit in front of him. "Never fear, Lucy. I will protect your nice body from this bear." "Be serious for once when you talk to me," Lucy muttered, not feeling nearly as annoyed as she might have sounded. "You know Polaris then?" "Ah yes. Polaris is strong, but that comes from his size, not innate strength like myself. Despite that, however, his strength at max is enough to even pressure a spirit of the zodiac." "Polaris," called Yukino, seeing her spirit failing to defeat Taurus easily. "Power up." Polaris nodded as it growled, his stomach opening up and releasing a pot of honey. Taurus was already rushing forward before Lucy could say anything, attempting to smash the pot before it could be ingested. He almost made it, but, as the axe shattered the pot, honey spilled into the bear's open jaw. Golden energy burst forth from ports around Polaris's body before it took a step forward, the ground getting crushed under its foot. Yukino smirked as she pointed towards Lucy. "Now Polaris. Use mighty bear's power and crush her." Taurus jumped in front of the bear's path as it began to sprint, blocking a heavy fist with a lot of effort from his axe. He saw the second fist coming, but he was powerless to stop it. "Come forth, Aries." Taurus got a reprieve as the pink-haired ram was summoned by his side, producing a wool wall in the path of Polaris's other fist. Lucy didn't keep Aries out for long, the spirit vanishing as Lucy whipped out another gold key. "Come forth, Scorpio." Scorpio appeared by her side, his tail aimed at Taurus. "Now, let's finish off Polaris on one shot." "We are. Victory is ours if we're going with that." Firing a large torrent of sand out of his tail, Taurus spinning his staff around as he heard the sound, Scorpio allowed the edge of the blade to catch the storm of sand and allowed it to get drawn in and wrap around the weapon. The wool from Ares's wall was started to fade and release Polaris, but he paid it no mind, instead slamming the combined attack against the large bear. Sandstorm Axe Aldebaran. The sand blasted away from the weapon into tornadoes of vicious sand blasts, all hitting Polaris at once before blasting away over the arena. Everyone in the stands was forced to shield their eyes for a moment as a harsh blast of wind shot out from the tornadoes, finally dying down as the sand fell to the ground and Polaris vanished. "Aries," muttered Yukino, staring at Lucy murderously. "And now Scorpio too. So it seems I wasn't wrong. It was you. There is no way you would have her keys otherwise." Lucy paused, feeling uneasy at Yukino's words. "I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?" That was the wrong thing to say to Yukino as her eyes widened with rage a moment after hearing her words. "You dare say you've forgotten her? You've forgotten the woman you murdered? You forgot my sister?" Lucy froze, realizing why Yukino looked so familiar now as a memory flooded her mind. A memory she really didn't like remembering. "Angel. You're her sister. Come forth, Libra. Come forth, Deneb." Two spirits appeared by Yukino's side. The first came from a gold key, the woman dressed as a belly dancer with a mask covering the lower half of her face, her mark on the cloth. Hanging from her hands was a pair of scales, thin cords running from her fingertips to the scales themselves. The other spirit was a regular silver key spirit, this one having extremely pale skin and bags under his eyes along with long black hair dangling down to his shoulders. He wore a purple jacket with black wings coming out of the arms of it while a white swan-looking symbol was printed on his back. Lucy paid them a brief bit of attention, but she couldn't focus properly. Her mind kept overlapping Yukino's own image with Angel's, the woman who she never thought she would see again. It was almost like her ghost had come back to punish her for her part in her death. Lucy. Lucy snapped out of her thoughts at Scorpio's voice, seeing Libra moving the scales. Immediately she felt the air around her change before she was sent flying upwards, her spirits following suit as Libra's gravity magic took hold of them. Deneb chased after them before he struck out at the two spirits 3 times with fast lightning strikes. Summer Triangle. The two spirits fell from the sky as Libra released her grip on them, both returning to the celestial spirit world. Scorpio. Taurus. Now Deneb. Screamed Yukino. Take her down. Deneb hesitated before flying back down to Yukino, his trait of always doing the opposite of what he was commanded taking hold. Yukino realized her mistake and tried to correct it, but, before she could, Deneb was sent flying to one side as Sagittarius appeared, firing arrows and sending the spirit back home. He quickly turned his aim at Libra, forcing the spirit to weaken her hold on Lucy as she dodged. Reaching for another gold key, Yukino drew out her other zodiac key. Come forth, Pisces. The spirit that appeared revealed itself to actually be two, the mother-son duo spirits appearing by Yukino's side. Both spirits had traces of fish-like qualities to them, despite their human-like appearances. The son left his chest bare apart form a shell necklace and held a trident on one hand. The mother meanwhile wore more scale-like clothing, leaving a lot of her chest exposed while a matching crown rested on her head, just like the other did on her son's head. Seeing a chance, Libra moved the gravity on Lucy and directed her straight at the path of the other two spirits. The mother quickly rushed forward, slamming a water-infused kick against Lucy's chest and using the gravity forcing Lucy against her still to inflict more damage. The son rushed round to one side, water wrapping around his trident and smashing a wave down at Sagittarius to dismiss the spirit before redirecting the wave back at Lucy. The moment the water hit Lucy, she acted, drawing the key of Aquarius and summoning her forth. The normally rude spirit didn't bother saying anything for once, instead grabbing hold of all the water around her and pulling it into her urn, much to the shock of the other spirits. Well then, it seems you two came out Pisces. Oh crap, muttered the son as he moved away, the mother doing the same. They both were fairly proficient with using water, but Aquarius was on another level. A very dangerous level. It's her. Aquarius grinned smugly before the water started to spill out of her urn. Go back to being fish, you pesky brats. The water smashed into Pisces and the two lost their form, turning into a pair of small eels unable to fight. Aquarius didn't stop however, wrapping the water around and catching Libra in the blast as well to send the other spirit back to the celestial spirit world too. Catching Lucy roughly, she dumped the girl back on the ground. You really are useless without me, aren't you? Lucy smiled apologetically. Sorry Aquarius. No matter. I have a date with my boyfriend. You know, the one you took in the middle of our date. My boyfriend. You don't have to rub it in. Shouted Lucy as the spirit disappeared smugly. Lucy looked back towards Yukino to see the girl clenching her fists furiously. No, she muttered angrily. It's not over yet. I'm sorry, Lucy called out to her. It wasn't meant to happen, but there ended up being choice. She wanted to harm a lot of people with what she and the others of Oration sees. You think I care? Asked Yukino, her eyes wide with rage. Of course not. So what if she wanted to do something bad? She asked, placing a hand against her chest. She was still my sister. She was the reason I survived when the cults of Zeref destroyed our town. For her sake, I will do anything to avenge her. I think by collecting those keys of yours, I should be able to help her rest in peace, even if just a little bit. Your head would be an additional bonus I suppose as well. Pulling a final key from her belt, Yukino raised it up high. Come forth, Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus. Lucy felt herself shiver in fear as the sky grew black as the spirit took shape, taking the form of a humongous hybrid snake of organic and mechanical means. It hissed at her, filling her with dread as it started to swirl around the arena. Before it could do much however, Lucy hurried to summon spirits over her own. Look. Capricorn. The lion and goat spirits appeared beside her, instantly taking stock of the situation in front of them. How interesting, muttered Loke as he focused on the sight in front of them. I didn't expect to see Ophiuchus in the world again anytime soon. This is not a time for reminiscing, reminded Capricorn. We have our duties to perform. I know, replied Loke before rushing in, golden light around his fists. With a single hit he knocked part of the snake's long body back, Capricorn joining in with a hard kick downward. Lucy! Capricorn called back towards her. We can't beat Ophiuchus like this. You need to use the spell I taught you. Huh. Lucy shook her head rapidly, knowing exactly what spell Capricorn was talking about. It's not perfect. I might mess it up. We believe in you, shouted Loke. Hurry. We'll hold Ophiuchus off. How amusing, hissed out Ophiuchus, surprising Lucy that the spirit could talk. She had assumed it was mute from how it hadn't even spoken a word before now. Leo the lion and Capricorn the goat. I wonder how you two will taste. I'll try it. Called out Lucy towards her spirits. Hold on. Pressing her hands together as if in prayer, Lucy began to gather the last of her magic for the spell. Survey the heavens, open the heavens. All the stars, far and wide, said Yukino, matching Lucy to her shock. This spell is not only unique to you. I was taught it too. Lucy shook out the thoughts that would distract her as she closed her eyes, focusing on keeping in time with Yukino and to finish before her. Show me thy appearance. With such shine. O Tetrabiblos. I am the 87th 88th said Yukino as she altered her words. Ruler of the stars, continued Lucy, puzzled at the change but not letting it hold her back. Aspect become complete. Open thy malevolent gate. O 88 stars of the heaven. Shine. Both girls opened their eyes again, a magic circle appearing before them in their eyes. Uranometria. The world shifted, space altering as all around the arena appeared 88 orbs, each of varying sizes. Even the world around them seemed different, similar to the celestial spirit world for a brief moment. Lucy and Yukino looked on in shock at the wrong number though. With both of them casting the spell, there should have been double this amount, but instead there was only 88. Lucy. Loke and Capricorn leaped at Lucy before shielding her with their own bodies, just in time before the whole spell activated and bombarded the whole arena with blasts of light. Yukino herself was protected by Ophiuchus but, when the spell finally ended, none of the spirits were there anymore. Getting to their feet shakily, they both faced each other again, Lucy not letting her guard down as Yukino started walking towards her. Not yet. Not yet. I'm sorry. Muttered Lucy weakly, feeling just as weak as Yukino was. Damn, that spell really had used up all the magic she had left. Neither had been hit, but summoning so many spirits seemed to finally be taking its toll on them both. It wasn't meant to end as it did. Lucy fell forward at the same time as Yukino did, both girls hitting the ground. The audience looked on in confusion as Chapati started speaking, getting news from the referee about the match's result. It seems neither of our two contests are able to move. We've got a draw. Fairy Tale A and Mermaid Heel both get 5 points. What a match, ladies and gentlemen. What a show. Protector of the Fairies. Ichigo was sitting in the joint hospital room for Fairy Tale when Lucy was brought it. Sparing her a glance, Ichigo frowned when he saw no visible injuries on her. What's wrong? Natsu finished placing her down on the bed carefully before he turned his full attention towards Ichigo. Oh, she's just exhausted. You should have seen her, however. She tied with this other girl. They both ended up knocking each other out with some form of joint spell. Natsu shrugged when Ichigo looked at him curiously. Don't ask me about the details, I barely understood what happened from Urza's vague explanation. If she was vague then she probably doesn't know. Knowing her, she might have tried to play it off and act like she understood it perfectly. Natsu smirked. Yeah, you're probably right. Peering across the room, Natsu spotted Toshiro on a bed, his body turned away from Ichigo. He asleep? He's pretending, answered Ichigo, chuckling when he saw the sudden movements of shock from Toshiro. Come on now, Toshiro, you're not a little kid anymore. You don't have to act this way to try and ignore someone. Toshiro abandoned the pretense of being asleep as he threw off the covers, staring at Ichigo angrily even as poor Ryusuke noticed his actions. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" shouted the old woman as she saw Toshiro trying to get out of bed. "I'm fine already. I can leave. I'll be the judge of that." "Come on poor Ryusuke," pleaded Ichigo, ignoring the glare he got from Toshiro as he tried to help convince the old lady. "You saw the fight, didn't you? He didn't get too badly hurt. Physically at least." "I won't be told what to do by someone like you," said poor Ryusuke, picking up on the precise wording of Toshiro's injuries. "Besides, what would you know about physical injuries? When was the last time you even went to see a doctor? Besides the last incident you had, of course." Ichigo frowned as he quickly counted back in his head. "I think it would have to be about 10 years ago. I rest my case. Honestly, it's useless talking to regenerating morons. They forget that those less fortunate actually need to look after their bodies." Poor Ryusuke scanned Toshiro for any signs that he was lying before eventually giving in. "You're free to go. Don't come back here anytime soon." Toshiro nodded politely before quickly rushing out. His attempts at losing Ichigo were in vain as he noticed Ichigo keeping up with his fast pace with ease. "Will you just leave me alone already?" Toshiro couldn't take it any longer. The constant presence, the familiar feelings, he had been trying to ignore it all for a reason. "Why the hell won't you just leave me alone?" Ichigo frowned, not so much surprised by Toshiro's newfound hostility but still confused at where it had all come. "You've been acting strange around me ever since I got back, Toshiro. Aren't you happy to see me? Shinji said you were relieved I was alive, but I'm not seeing that here. Did I do anything to upset you?" "Do anything? Do anything?" Toshiro clenched his fists before he slammed a fist against the wall next to him. 7 years ago. 7 years, in Edelas, what did you promise me?" Ichigo sighed. "So that's what this is about. What did you promise me?" Toshiro repeated defiantly. "What was it, Ichigo? Tell me what you said." "I promised you I wouldn't let you experience a repeat of what happened before. I promised you I wouldn't die." "Exactly. I'm sorry, Toshiro. I didn't mean for it to happen. You think I cared? You think that mattered to me? You were everything to me." Toshiro squeezed his eyes shut as he forced himself to try and calm down. "I was 9 when you found me. A 9-year-old who had become an orphan not long before that. I had inevitably caused the death of my grandmother and was alone in that wasteland of my own creation for longer than a child should have been. I had already given up on everything, and then you found me. You took me away, helped me get revenge, trained me to become stronger. I had nothing left when you found me, and so you became my entirely world." Toshiro sighed as he thought back to Levi all those years ago. You know, she was right. Levi always teased me, saying how much I was trying to copy you or be like you. And she was right. I idolized you. To me, there was no one stronger. To me, there was no one better. I wanted to be like you in every way. Hearing you praise me was one of the things I loved more than anything." Toshiro's eyes hardened again. "And then you died. I'm not dead though. For 7 years, you might as well have been. I was 12 and that was the second time my entire world had shattered. No, I think it should probably be the third. Edelas, while brief and did have me distracted for most of it, still had an impact. Maybe it's irrational to feel this way. Maybe it's childish. But I was a child then. Even hearing that you were alive only dulled it for a while, because I was so shocked that you were back." Ichigo sighed sadly, bringing a hand to his head in frustration. "I don't know you want me to do, Toshiro. I can't turn back time and change things now. This is the hand we've been dealt, unfair as it might be. All I can do is apologize for everything you had to go through." Ichigo's eyes hardened himself. "But I will be harsh on you here. You failed here today. Oh, so I had to reach a certain number of points, did I? Not at all. But abandoning any scrap of victory just to try and get a chance at revenge in your anger, now when did you start becoming so reckless?" Toshiro made to grab Ichigo only for the older man to counter his grip and slam him against a wall. Weren't you the one who said you could handle it? Weren't you the one who made us believe in you? I could ignore this if it was an individual matter, but there is far more at stake here than your own pride. So what was I meant to do? Hyorin Meru was all I had left and she stole him from me. You could never understand how that feels. Then tell me, shouted Ichigo in response. You're my student. When did you ever stop being as such? If you need help, then why the hell won't you ask? If you've suffering, why not share it and allow others to help you too? I was dead in your eyes for a long time, but you managed to move on. You must have had others you could rely on at times. You weren't alone then, and you certainly aren't now. All you need to do is say the words and I'll ensure you that I'll get Hyorin Meru back for you. Your word is not always right, muttered Toshiro weakly. No, it's not. But apart from that one time, I've never broken it, have I? And even then I did return. Toshiro found himself nodding, letting go of his resistance against Ichigo's grip. Please. He muttered softly, hating how weak he sounded. Help me. I want to hear Hyorin Meru again. Not as he is now, but as his complete self. As his true self. As me. That's better, Ichigo replied quietly. I'll get him back for you. Will you then forgive me? Yes. Get me Hyorin Meru back, and then I'll never doubt you again. Just please, help me. Protector of the fairies. What did I miss? Asked Ichigo as he rejoined the others. Shinji glanced at how less angry Toshiro seemed now around Ichigo before guessing the younger man had finally gotten whatever had been the problem off his chest. Raventail went up against Quattro Cerberus. Surprisingly, it was a win for the puppies. Really? Who did they send out? The Obra guy. Quattro Cerberus had. Mistoggen? Name please. Seems, answered Mistoggen, his eyes not moving from the match in front of him. You should be paying attention to this match anyway. It's far more enlightening. Renji Aburaya. Ichigo glanced from the saber-tooth mage towards his opponent. And Leon from Lamia Scale. Jura must be disappointed in an outcome of this. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Lion's already given up on even winning from the look of it. I've seen that look plenty of times. He's instead ensuring his team can get points. By holding on until the match ends as a draw. Against a Shinigami such as that. Ichigo scoffed. If he wants to even have a chance of winning, he needs to go on the offensive. Preferably he would want to win before Renji can break out his Shikai. Winning is not impossible afterwards, but there is going to be a brief period of time where everything about Renji's Zanpakuto might be an uncertainty. Unless of course he's already got data on it, but even then it's different experiencing it firsthand. Renji did use his full power last year, so it is on record for most mages. He has a lot of strength, however, so even preparation may not be enough. Down in the battlefield, Renji darted forward, slashing through the lion of ice created by Leon in front of him. Without pausing, he slashed at the birds that came from his left before dodging over the ones coming from his right, ready to destroy them the next time them came around. A giant bear quickly came into existence, of which Renji answered by raising a palm. Hada number 31, Shakaha. A red orb burst to life in Renji's palm before it suddenly imploded, filling the area around him with smoke from the attack backfiring. A second later a red orb burst out of the smoke, smashing into the bear and destroying it as the attack exploded against it. Renji frowned as he sped out of the smoke, dealing with the additional ice constructs being made. It seems his skill with Kita still needed a lot more training. At least the spell worked on his second try this time, but it was normally a bit of a 50-50 chance. And that was only Hadu. He never even bothered trying to touch Bakuto much above level 20s. For all his skill, he was rather pathetic when it came to mastering Kidu. In a real match, experimenting as he was would be foolish. Luckily he was confident in his skills and the difference between him and Leon. Not that he could let his guard down, of course. Leon was on the defensive, but that didn't mean he wasn't a threat. He doubted the man had pulled out his trump card yet, and would probably save it for just the right moment to try and get a win against him. Backing further away, Leon felt his back hit the wall before he quickly moved to one side, knowing the moment he had used to pause would be taken advantage of. No sooner had he done so had Renji's Zanpakuta stabbed at where his chest would have been. While he was sure the man wouldn't have been aiming at anything vital, getting pinned there would have been the end of the match. Acting quickly, Leon fired off a blast of ice, the ice shaping around Renji into a cage. Ice make, prison. He didn't have much time. He had put a lot of strength into that cage and it was proving to be effective as Renji swiped at the bars not crumbling very easily under his blade's swing. He had about 5 to 10 more seconds until Renji was definitely free and he couldn't afford to relax during that time. As Renji finally broke free, Leon acted, a whole mass of creatures of ice appearing around him. Ice make, Zoo Rampage. Renji's eyes widened in shock as all the constructs charged him, quickly using Shunpo to dart between some. The gaps to move however were so small that he had to cut through a lot just to move and even then he was barely blocking the blows. They were coming from all sides and he could only move so fast. Hell, Zabumaru. Swiping his hand along the flat side of the blade, the Zanpakuta shifted into a longer 6-segment blade. Each segment was larger than the last as they went away from the hilt, each segment possessing 2 pick-like protrusions on both ends of it with the longer pick being at the front while the smaller one being present at the back of it. Quickly swiping around himself, the blade segments extended away, revealing a strange metallic-like thread in between the segments that extended as the segments separated from one another. Wielding it like a whip, Renji brought it back around twice more before withdrawing the segments back to the blade, swiping up with the rejoined blade at a tiger jumping at him from above. Not hesitating as he cut down the ice animal, Renji sped forward, his Shunpo faster with more of his power being released. Leon barely had time to move when Renji stopped in front of him, his sword at the ice mage's neck. Leon sighed, seeing no way he could get out of the situation he had been forced into. "I surrender." "And there we have it," cried out Chapati as he watched the final match end. With that, Sabretooth gains 10 points. What a surprising day for everyone. Let's have a look at the scores. At Chapati's command, a screen flashed into existence, displaying the results of the day's activities. First, Fairy Tail B, 26p. Second, Quattro Cerberus, 21p. Third, Sabretooth, 20p. Fourth, Fairy Tail A, 19p. Fourth, Mermaid Heel, 19p. Sixth, Lamia Scale, 12p. Sixth, Garu Knights, 12p. Eighth, Raven Tail, 11p. Incredible. It seems that Quattro Cerberus has surprised everyone today, leaping up from 7th to 2nd place. Sabretooth doesn't seem to want to be left out either, jumping up from 5th to 3rd. Lamia Scale is climbing up but they are still so low. Will tomorrow bring a sudden turn of events? And what about the Garu Knights and Raven Tail? But the question all of you want answered. Can anyone knock Fairy Tail off its game? With one team enjoined 4th with Mermaid Heel and another still in 1st, they are keeping a strong grip on the competition. Tomorrow is a new day however. Until then ladies and gentlemen. This ends the 2nd day of the Grand Magic Games. Protector of the Fairies. So it's finally over, muttered Laxus, glancing towards the others. They had joined up with Levi not long after leaving, the girl trying to cheer Taushiro up a bit from his failure in the event stage. Back to the inn then to celebrate? I doubt the others would miss a chance to celebrate anything. I'll be back later, said Shinji, already leaving ahead of the others. I want to look around the town a bit. Be careful remember, called Ichigo. Not many people like us outside of the mages we already know. Shinji raised a hand behind him as a sign he was listening before he vanished round a corner. Ichigo went to leave as well before pausing, looking at the time. Are you okay Ichigo? Asked Laxus. You late for something? Oh no, said Ichigo quickly. Just amazed the time went by so quickly. Ichigo glanced back at the time before he quickly broke ahead of the others. I'm just going to have a look around town a minute as well. I'll be back at the inn in an hour's time. Make sure you listen to your own advice, said Levi, Mist Ogden already chasing after Ichigo with a look on his face saying he'd keep an eye on him. Levi glanced at Laxus before sighing. He's up to something. Of course he is. He's never been this suspicious before. I know. I caught Nozomi in his room early and I know he used her to distract me. It's not like I can get back to that conversation easily now however. He'll just deflect it off. He can't lie, stated Laxus. Just make sure he's in a situation where he can't trick you or me. His lies are always way too easy to see through. Why do you think he tells so much of the truth, muttered Levi. We can't just get him to admit what he's doing, we need him to admit why and get the whole truth. It's hard when you don't know if he told you everything. I know. Laxus sighed. He's an idiot sometimes. Whatever he's keeping a secret, it better not be like last time. If he's dying again and keeping it a secret, I'll kill him myself. Protector of the Fairies. The second night. He knew he was being followed. Whoever they were good. Shinji didn't even need to look behind himself to know that he wouldn't spot them. He wouldn't have even noticed if he hadn't been as suspicious as he was in the first place, both of everything and of everyone. He held back a laugh. Who on earth was being foolish enough to actually follow him? It was ludicrous. Only an idiot would do such a thing. Well, that or someone strong enough to be able to risk getting caught. The latter sometimes went hand in hand with the former at times too. They had dedication, he'd give them that. He'd been trying to lose them for about half an hour now. He'd been subtle, controlling his pace carefully and only altering it on occasions where it was necessary, but he hadn't shaken them. Moving quickly, using the crowds of people leaving and heading back to their homes as cover, he realized it still wasn't working. None of it seemed to trick his follower. Were they perhaps a sensor? That would certainly give them an advantage in sensing and tracking him if they weren't dependent on their eyes. Well, he had some time to kill. Might as well entertain the guest he had. It wasn't like they would be able to pull anything in such a largely populated area. Not without risking him doing anything foolish as well. Keeping at his normal pace, Shinji turned towards where his follower was. He gave a wave but there was no response, forcing him to sigh and flare his magic instead. That got the person's attention. It seemed his message was received loud and clear when Kaname-tuan appeared a moment later, approaching him at a steady pace. A few glances were shot at the Raventail mage but an equal amount were also being shot at him, so it wasn't any different than the situation before. Moving to the side of the street, Shinji rested his back against the wall of one of the houses as he crossed his arms. Well, what does the blind swordsman want with little old me? Adjusting his visor, Kaname responded, his voice low. I'm impressed you noticed I was following you. Ah well, you were good yourself. A normal person would have lost me a while back. But then you weren't looking in the usual sense. Seems that blindness is more of a strength than a weakness with you. Nothing was going to stop me from the path I walk. Not even such a crippling weakness. Well, not that this isn't nice and all, having a chat with a Raventail mage I mean, who I must point out is an enemy to my guild dash. You do not care about such petty things as what guild someone belongs to. Shinji's smirk lessened. That hit far closer to the mark than he'd like to admit. It wasn't like he was all buddy-buddy with Fairy Tail, but no one would be able to work out he was detached from the guild from just seeing him. Seems you know me a bit. Many people do. Your existence is a dangerous one, but also a useful one. A dilemma at times, but also an advantage that can be used at will. Shinji didn't like the way Kaname said that. Not one bit. What do you want? I don't want anything, Shinji Hirako. Nothing at all. I am merely a blade of justice. I am aimed and sliced if necessary. My will is irrelevant. Alright then, why don't I rephrase that then? What does your master want? And for a better question too, who exactly do you work for? Because Yvonne sure as hell doesn't sound very influential from the stories I heard. Somehow I can't see you working for him. Then you are mistaken. My guild master is Yvonne Driar, and I do obey his orders. Then whose orders does he obey? It was subtle, but Shinji saw it. The small smirk that appeared on Kaname's face for a brief second, quickly crushed by the man's poker face. You will find out soon enough. Have no fear, I do not plan to engage you today. Then why tell me? Asked Shinji, even as Kaname made to leave. Why give me a warning? What are you after? Your death cannot be quick like this, Stated can aim simply. You need to suffer in order for it to all be complete. It's the only way to equal the crime committed long ago. How nice, muttered Shinji. And the purpose? I have yet to see what cause my death would have for your master. You don't need to seem the crumbling that will happen. You only need to be the trigger. Protector of the fairies. Well? Asked Ichigo as Nozomi exited her portal. Any luck? I'm not sure. I did find what we were looking for at least. That's good. And? Nozomi sighed in disappointment. It's as you feared. Where did you even get this information from in the first place? Never mind where I got it from. We have to focus on the present. Now just because I know of it and the components, it doesn't mean I understand it all. Did you find anything else out? You've been in there for hours now. Far longer than we planned. Nozomi lowered her head. I apologize. I got caught up. It was hard to find the artifact. It began sucking away any magic I used, which did pose a problem. I'm just glad I wasn't discovered at that point in time. That can't have been the only thing that kept you. Ichigo crossed his arms, his suspicion clear as day. What aren't you telling me? Nozomi tilted her head slightly, one hand resting against it to support it as she tried to struggle for an answer. I'm struggling to comprehend some of it myself. From what I could find out in rough notes scattered in a room nearby, likely a research room, 13 keys are needed to open the gate. The Zodiac was mentioned. But, to my knowledge, only 12 keys exist. That's because you didn't see the match today, Ichigo muttered to her, thinking back to Lucy's fight. I saw the 13th key. That's not good then. If they have all 13 gathered in the city, they may try to act on that opportunity. But I have to point out that you have yet to tell me what eclipse is. If I could, then I already would have done so, Nozomi. It's a bit of a mystery on what happens when it activates, or at least it is right now. You see, I can't see it. I can hear about it or read about it, so I do know how it is meant to work originally, but, without being close to it, Mavis can't analysis it. We have our theories, but it's still not clear how it's been altered with the infinity clock. We don't know how it all fits together in the long run. What its role is overall and why it needs to be used too. Nozomi frowned. But you know something. I do. But it's best you don't know. If all goes well, it won't matter anyway. All right, said Nozomi in defeat. She knew she wouldn't get much from him right now. I understand. Good. Now, was there anything else? The eclipse gate opened. Ichigo froze, looking at her in a mixture of shock and fascination. It opened? Seriously? Without the keys? Yes. I was surprised as well when I learned about how to open it. That should have been impossible dash. Unless it was opened from the other side. Ichigo frowned as he brought a hand to his chin, scratching it as he thought. After all, a doorway has two sides to it. We can only assume from this that the gateway is always linked. That's something worth noting, I suppose. Did anything happen? Yes, now that you mention it. A woman appeared. I couldn't tell who she was, but she had one of the magic sealing cloaks we all have. Now that either means it was one of us or someone stole one of the cloaks. Considering our large stock of them, I wouldn't be surprised if one or two had gone missing by accident. It would have to have been done recently, however, or else these cloaks might have become more widespread outside of our group. Don't worry, it's not going to a problem on that end. But dash. Nozomi. You trust me, right? Nozomi was thrown off by the sudden question. Of course. You are my dash. No titles here for a moment, Nozomi. Think back instead of everything we've been through. Look beyond the title for a second. Do you trust me? I do, said Nozomi, not even hesitating for a second. I always have, and I always will. Blind faith, huh? Ichigo chuckled. You always were like that. The years did not change you in the slightest. Very well. Trust me for now. Believe in me and hopefully everything will come to a safe end. And, if you are truly willing, then follow me into the hell to come. Just don't blame me later on. Of course not. I didn't last time, did I? That you didn't know, Zomi. That you didn't. Protector of the fairies. Uriah watched the cloaked man from his elevated position on the rooftop, eyeing him carefully as he saw the man sneak out of the window of the inn before quickly darting down and into the dark alleyways behind the building. Without hesitating, he followed after him, making sure to keep his magical power down to a level he knew his target wouldn't be able to notice. Using the cover of both night and the roofs, he kept his target in his sights. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he knew his target was acting suspiciously. Far too suspiciously for someone meant to be taking it easy considering his situation. He quickly hid as the man turned round, holding his breath. He didn't risk peeking for a minute until he was sure it was clear, and when he looked he was just in time to see Ichigo rushing away. Something was up, and he hated not knowing. To many, they would have had problems pinpointing Ichigo's location with the magic he always seemed to give off, the large amounts forcing his presence to be reflected as a general area if you weren't familiar with it. But it was child's play to him. He could feel the magic pouring off in waves off Ichigo, always large but for some reason always so controlled. It was rare to find someone with that much control over the very energy they emitted. It became suspicious, however, when the person in question was Ichigo, someone who should lack the fine-tuned control to do such an act. He halted as he finally noticed Ichigo starting to slow down, as if he had decided he was far enough from everyone. Resting down on a crate stacked outside a closed restaurant, Ichigo crossed his legs as he brought up one hand to rest his head against. "All right," he muttered. "I'm far enough away now." Uriah paused. He glanced at Ichigo curiously, struggling to work out what he was doing. "No, there's no problems." "Well, none that I can't deal with." Ichigo paused as he tilted his head. "Wait, hold on. I can sense a little follower up on a roof. Should I deal with him?" Uriah froze before quickly leaving. He was too slow, however, instead almost running into the flickering form of Ichigo in front of him as his path became blocked. "Ishida, right? I remember your little introduction to me. Forgetting names already, are you?" asked Uriah, subtly doing his best to widen the distance between the two of them. Being so close to a Shinigami would be foolish if they ended up attacking one enough. He was better at range. Far better. And I thought you at least had some measure of intelligence. A vein pulsed on Ichigo's forehead, his annoyance obvious. "That's a good idea. Insult the man you were spying on." "Spying? You have any proof of such a baseless accusation?" "Well, you were hiding on a roof and watching me. Now maybe that's just one of your strange habits, but it seems very suspicious to me." "And what about you?" countered Uriah. "Who were you talking to?" Uriah quickly reached out with his senses before smirking, his eyes flashing with blue light for a brief moment underneath his clear glasses. "You're communicating with someone. Some form of long-range messaging magic of some kind, but the point stands. Now isn't that suspicious, especially considering you're part of a dark guild as well? Not everyone can attend such a sudden event." Ichigo crossed his arms in annoyance. "After all, I doubt you can see people like guild arts here. And wanting to deal with me? Well, I'd honestly like you to be quiet about this, really, more than anything else. My mentor's running late to watch, and it's really going to annoy the master if he learns I've been secretly telling him what's going on. They don't really agree on much. Well, anything really." Uriah sighed, pushing against the bridge of his glasses with his left hand. "And who do you think they'd believe? Me or you?" "Well, it's not like it matters too much. How long have you been following me?" "Again, I do not know what you mean. It is mere coincidence that we met." "Keep telling yourself that, Ishida." Ichigo tilted his head curiously. "Since I left, perhaps? You hid your presence well. I didn't even notice until I started listening. Well, I trust you'll keep this little incident to yourself. And if I don't? Well, let's just say that the mages here are more likely to have some faith in me, particularly Jura. I doubt he'd appreciate you trying to incriminate me." Ichigo raised a hand in mock farewell before taking a step back. "I'll hold you to this after all." Ichigo was gone before Uriah had a chance to reject the agreement. He wasted no time in tracking Ichigo back down, finding him within a second 5 blocks away from his current position. He could practically feel himself being mocked by how close Ichigo had chosen to go to rather than simply crossing half the city instead. Still, he had a piece of somewhat useful information. It was foolish of Ichigo to believe that he would be using it against him in such a way. It served no purpose compared to the other potential usages he had for it. With no purpose left for continue to stay and track Ichigo further, he quickly left the area, Hiran Kyaku allowing him to travel to where he wanted to go far faster than he would get there on foot. Instead of heading back to the Hotel Lamia Scale was it however, he went in the opposite direction, speeding towards another inn not far from the edge of town. He reached one of the side windows before quickly knocking against the glass, keeping a watchful eye out on the streets for anyone looking at him. It was dark out and few people were still up, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It didn't take very long for the window to open, a black-haired girl sleepily rubbing her eyes as she leaned against the side of the wall beside the glass. "What do you want, Uriah?" she asked tiredly, yawning. "It's late. Wake me up tomorrow if it's important." Uriah ignored her as he climbed in through the window, ignoring the state the woman had left the room in. Her clothes were scattered all over the place and it seems some of the furniture had been damaged in the room too. Burn marks rested all over the place, a testament in his mind to her restraint considering the damage hadn't been worse. "What?" asked the girl, resting a hand against her hip as she tried to straighten part of her pajamas. "You can't just barge into a girl's room like this, you bastard. You do realize you'll have to pay for the stuff you've destroyed, right?" "Hey. It's only a little broken. Besides, I got bored." "Do you make a habit of blowing stuff up when you get bored?" "We all have our hobbies. Besides, I toned it down somewhat." "Bambietta." "Fine," muttered Bambietta stubbornly, her lips pressed together in annoyance. "I'll be more careful. Why does it matter anyway? It's not like they can track me down afterwards. I'll be heading back to His Majesty by then." "Are you heading back early?" Bambietta shook her head, looking at him like he was an idiot. "You think I'd skip this? It's one of the most amusing things I've seen in a while. If I could join in then I would." "Hey, do you think Mermaid Heel would accept a sudden new member?" "Don't bother. You'd just be wasting your time. Besides, His Majesty doesn't want you to spend this time playing around. You are meant to be observing. Others are doing it too. Leel's watching from a distance on one of those statues while Kang's in the crowd just like I am. And honestly, they probably have better notes than I do. I'd rather just watch stuff go boom. Either way, make sure to inform them of this message when you see them. I'd go myself but I cannot risk meeting with them at the moment. Ichigo Kurosaki is planning something, and it may be wise to keep an eye on him for the foreseeable future in these next few days." "So he's planning something, is he? Hey, when can we just cut loose already? Surely His Majesty confided something to you? You are his favorite after all." The last sentence came out far too mockingly for Uriah's liking, but he ignored it. Best not to get into an argument with a girl capable of bringing the whole room down on them in her anger or embarrassment. Be patient. You know what His Majesty thinks about those who disobey his orders. You will learn in all due time. For now, keep to your role. Only when it has been confirmed will we finally act." "When what has been confirmed?" "That I cannot say. I will know however, and then so will His Majesty. And only then can you have your fun." "Protector of the Fairies. Has she calmed down yet?" asked Kagura, walking up to stand next to Karen with one hand still holding her sheathed sword. Karen shook her head in disappointment before gesturing at the door. "Yuzu's in there right now but she's making minimal progress." Kagura sighed, her body full of weariness. "We should have expected this from Yukino. I had hoped she could control herself a bit however." "You're in no position to judge Kagura," Karen pointed out. "After all, don't you want to kill Miss Dash?" "Jalal." The name came out as a hiss, Kagura's expression contorted into one of pure hatred. "His true name is Jalal, and I won't let a murderer such as himself hide behind another name." "Whatever. Miss Dogan, Jalal, whoever he is, you want to kill him. And the only reason you are showing restraint is because you haven't fought him yet. The moment you do, can you guarantee you won't go off the deep end like Yukino has?" I should answer that will a yes, but I would be lying. I would try and do everything I could to kill him, and all my restraints that had been removed would be unable to be restored until he was dead at my feet. Then I assume you know how she feels. Karen frowned. It was her sister, right? That's what I got from the fight between her and Lucy Hartfilia. Yes, Kogura muttered. 7 years ago, Yukino's sister was a dark mage known as Angel. She was killed during the incident between Oration Cease and an allied force of mages from 4 guilds. Those guilds were Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, Kate Shelter, and finally Fairy Tail. She managed to narrow the leads down to discover who was involved in the death of her sister personally, and there were 2 of them. Is the other one alive? It's honestly not surprising to me that you would ask that first. But yes, she is alive. Her name is Sherry Blendy, a mage from Lamia Scale. Normally I assume Yukino would have focused all her anger on her at the time, and yet she decided to aim all that hatred on someone who was declared dead. Lucy Hartfilia. Karen crossed her arms. I think I get that. She's been getting angrier and angrier the past few months, and it all started when Fairy Tail's old members were discovered to still be alive. Ever since then she's been training till she drops, and if she didn't fall asleep from exhaustion then she cried herself to sleep. If she got a peaceful night for some odd reason, it ended with a nightmare. I don't think Yukino ever expected Lucy to ever be alive. No, she did not. Kogura sighed, a hint of admiration showing as she glanced towards the door. Yukino has far greater resolve than I do. She chose to aim her revenge at someone she believed to be not in this world anymore because she didn't want to go down what she believed would be a dark path. Going after Sherry could have given her some closure, though I would have been forced to stop her. Sherry is still an allied mage after all. And then Lucy came back and Yukino's world shattered. Indeed. Suddenly that revenge was a tangible thing, and it's driving her to the same lengths I would go if I faced Jelal in combat. Still, why did she simply stand back so long? Surely she could have used her spirits as distractions and dash. That's not how she wants to win. Kogura glanced back at the doorway Yukino was tied up behind, the bonds necessary to stop her from running off and doing something she might regret currently. She always said she wanted to prove that she was superior to Lucy as a celestial spirit mage. She wants to kill Lucy in the same manner that must have happened in her mind to Angel, because celestial spirit mages are always standing back somewhat and supplying the energy for the powerful spirits they summon. She wants to beat Lucy and kill her that way. Unnecessary if you ask me, muttered Karen, but it's a relief in a way. Otherwise Lucy would be dead. She's a dark mage now. She doesn't need our protection. That's not necessarily her choice. I know how the political game works. I know what many guilds think about Fairy Tail's position. They just can't do anything about it without risking themselves, so they won't do anything. You trust that guild? The same guild that harbors Jelal from the justice he deserves. Look, I just think dash. You are blinded by your brother Karen. After all, he protects Jelal to this day by simply existing. If he was to die, I bet Jelal would fall apart. Perhaps that would dash. Kogura felt a harsh slap against her face, Karen breathing heavily as she tried to control her anger. I don't care if you want to kill Jelal. It's none of my business and I have no experience to use to relate to you. But you can't involve others in your revenge. They did nothing wrong, and you have no right to use their lives to cause him pain and yourself joy. Doing so makes you nothing more than the people Dad hunts. The words to not involve her brother didn't need to be said. Kogura heard them clearly. Kogura gave an annoyed look at the Shinigami before nodding. I know my limits. You do not need to remind me. I think you do. After all, you are much worse to deal with than Yukino if you abandon your restraints. As I said, you do not need to remind me. Jelal will die, and no one else will be involved. I'll leave your brother out of it. Or rather, I'll leave him to you. That's what you want, right? To make him pay. I don't want to kill him, Karen muttered softly, a hand unconsciously coming up to touch the ribbon in her hair. I just want him to pay. I want him to know how much pain he caused us. And how lonely it was with him like a ghost to us. It's why I can understand why Yukino wants to avenge her sister, despite everything she did. Because she has such a strong memory of her that she loves her sister regardless of what happened beyond that. I don't even have that. I have no memories of him, and that's why I hate him. Because he didn't even bother even being there once, no matter how much we wanted him to be. There was a pause between the two, neither quite sure what to say next. No matter how well they got on, they had their differences. It was only natural, one growing up in the compound of the Rune Knights and one growing up alone. So Kagura latched onto the only other issue she knew about to end the silence, the one that had concerned her quite significantly. What Yuzo showed today? Ah, muttered Karen. That. Yes. I won't deny that it was effective. Psychological warfare at its finest. But there's been some rumors. That's she a thief? A bitch? A traitorous liar that only lives for herself while causing others to drown in misery. With each word, Kagura could see Karen's anger growing, her hands clenched tightly into fists. Yeah, I heard the rumors. I'll admit I'm curious to the validity of some particular ones. Kagura knew she had to pick her words carefully. Karen wasn't blind to her sister's faults. She just knew the girl wouldn't like anyone but herself bringing them up. Clenching her teeth, Karen hissed out, "Go on. I heard a few things in passing. From Renji. You talked to that overgrown cat? Willingly? I thought you found him too arrogant." "At times, yes. But he's perfectly pleasant to speak to when he's being serious. But that isn't what's important." His words were. Struggling for ways to explain it carefully, she decided to just come out and say it. He criticized Yuzo for her actions. Instead of blowing off the handle, like Kagura expected, Karen sighed instead, her hands unclenched as she brought one up to her head in frustration. "It won't work if you tell her that. I'm sorry. You don't think she already knows it's meant to be bad? I've told her, Dad's told her, Shunsui's told her, Yuki's told her, and yet she still keeps it. Tell me, what do you think a Bankai is?" "It's a Shinigami's trump card. Their strongest spell." "See?" Kagura shook her head. "I'm afraid I don't. Am I wrong?" "No, you aren't. But you aren't right either. I've told you about a Bankai being part of a Shinigami's soul, but it's honestly hard to tell someone that and expect them to change their view on it. We can't prove very well that it's our soul. We can't invite anyone into our heads to meet our Zanpakuto. Most people think what we see is merely some illusion in our minds, and that we just believe it to be real. Yuzu understands a fair chunk of what a Bankai is, but she's not a Shinigami, just like you aren't." Glancing at her sword, Karen let a hand rest against it fondly. "She's a Quincy, which means they are familiar with some form of manipulation of the soul. But it's different from that of a Shinigami, and I assume different from that of a Hollow too. They don't manifest their soul but rather have something take shape from it instead. And so she sees a Bankai as being a similar thing. And the rumors that a Shinigami will die if they lose their Bankai? I assume that's a lie." Karen froze, unsure whether to answer. Finally, she shook her head, hating the light she had to paint her own sister under. "When Yuzo first took Taoshiro's Bankai, I didn't really understand it much. A month went by until I accidentally let it slip to Dad, and I'd never seen him so angry. It was one of the first times he and Yuzu ever got into an argument, and it made the place unbearable to live in for a week. I remember Yuzu spent a lot of time with her teachers during then, and I doubt they helped much. We tried everything to make her release the Bankai she had taken," continued Karen, lost in her thoughts as she remembered the attempts she and her father had done. "But she wouldn't relent. Taoshiro was a dark mage too, and her sense of rightness won out against her sense of kindness. Finally, Dad told her about what happens to a Shinigami if they lose their Bankai for too long. They can last a month at most, all the while falling apart as their soul collapses upon itself. If that's the case, why has Yuzo not given back?" "Wait, a month? Then how dash?" "Exactly." Karen frowned, unsure herself about Taoshiro. "There's something different about him. Something that's kept him alive. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse since Yuzo thinks we are lying about the death part. Because he should be dead. If he was, I'll admit it would break Yuzo. Even if she wants to keep such a dangerous power away from him, she still wouldn't want him dead. But it's been months and months, over a year even, and he's still alive. How? Why? None of it matters to her because it means it has to be a weapon similar to her own rather than an essential piece of the soul. I see, muttered Kagura in understanding. All she had to go on were you and your father's words, and they actually conflict with the situation at hand. No wonder she's being stubborn. However, if it won't kill him, I can see why she would keep it. Trust me, she really puts her foot down at times. When it comes to keeping this Bankai, she's like another person. It's honestly kind of creepy at times, how cold and expressionless she can become. Frightening even when compared to her usual happy self. That is hard to imagine. So then, what will she do if Fairy Tail does win? Will she return it? I don't know. Probably, but then if she has another of those moods it'd be hard to tell. Honestly, sometimes it's like she's not even Yuzu when she's like that. It's like looking at someone else in her skin. I'm sure you're over-exaggerating, replied Kagura kindly. Yuzu's always been a kind girl. For what reason would she even want to keep it anyway if they are no longer a dark guild? I don't know. But the look she has sometimes. It's scary. Like she doesn't even see me as her sister when she's arguing, just an obstacle. Sometimes I wish she never got that Bankai, just so she won't be acting like that. Protector of the Fairies. Mavis gently hummed to herself as she skipped along the stone path, Ichigo chuckling behind her in amusement. He spared a glance around him at the state of the city, surprised to see the path ahead of him being now a permanent feature. Perhaps those ahead simply didn't want to walk through the town. All around he could see the houses and pathways raised above him, wary eyes glancing out of windows as he passed. Were they scared? If so, were they scared of him? That kind of wariness of his presence however suggested otherwise. He wasn't showing anything that would reveal his identity, and he wasn't giving off any magic for them to sense either. Hey Ichigo, called out Mavis, spinning around in the air before walking backwards as she faced Ichigo. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow? You know. The Grand Magic Games. I want you to do something already. Impatient are we? You're my master. I won't see you get outdone by anyone else. Ichigo smirked. All right. How about we head back now and dash? No no no. Mavis flew at him and crossed her arms in an X shape, as if that would force him to change his mind. We're here now. You can't just make us leave now. I'm just teasing you Mavis, Ichigo said as he noticed the urgency in Mavis's voice. She really did want to be here, and leaving before they reached their goal would be equivalent to trampling all over her desires. Besides, don't we have an objective here anyway? We can't leave yet. Oh, I can't wait for this. It's going to be so amusing. What we're going to do doesn't bother you. I mean, this place is important to you. Mavis shrugged, hiding her nervousness as she turned away before it showed. A place is simply a place. Who cares about the stuff on top of it, so long as it can matter to you still? I mean, if we consider someone to own a favorite broom, and they change the brush and the handle over the years, it doesn't mean it won't still be precious to them. Really? A broom's a bit different than this example. The principle is the same. Exclaimed Mavis, pointing ahead at their target. What is destroyed can always be rebuilt. I'm with you here, 100%. Ichigo smiled sadly, reaching out, and placing a hand on the girl's head. Thank you Mavis, he whispered softly. I'm glad you will at least be able to understand what I'm going to do today too for what it is. Of course I would understand, Mavis replied reassuringly. And besides, we're stuck together forever. The golden thread of destiny binds us to one another for all time. No matter what you ever do, I'll be the one to stay by your side forever. I'll always be your ally, devoting everything that I am to you, and you won't ever leave me. Wasn't that the promise we made back at Tenro Island? Ichigo nodded, more confident than before. Yes. Yes it was. Then don't worry. Go forward in your desires and goals, and do what is necessary in your mind. I'll watch your back. Good. Ichigo paused as he reached the doorway of the large building in front of them, admiring its beauty for a second despite the changes that had occurred to it. The more demonic appearance was removed in his mind as he remembered what it used to look like. He remembered the welcoming aura it used to give off, as faint as it was under all the chances that had occurred, and he still remembered the feeling he got when he saw the banner above this place. Grabbing the large blade of his back, he swung it to one side before twisting the blade edge to face the building. "I'm home," he muttered softly, taking the chance to say it before he swung. A massive wave of energy shot out from the blade as it slashed upwards from one side to the other. Without hesitating, he brought the blade back around and swiped up again from the opposite side. Instead of releasing energy this time, Ichigo swung the blade faster, created a massive blast of wind that knocked all the debris of the building still in the air to one side. There were already mages running at him in anger as he stepped across the broken threshold. Sidestepping the slash of swords, Ichigo snaked around them and swiped, his sword shattering all the blades that came into contact against it. With his other hand he grabbed the arms that magic was being generated from, one at a time, before snapping them all with a loud crack. A larger man leaped down from the remains of the second floor only to be sent flying to the other side of the room from the flat side of his blade. Ichigo sighed as they kept charged him with those left. They really didn't want to be intimidated, did they? Considering what their entire purpose had been, however, that made a lot of sense. Their fear had probably been beaten out of them when it appeared. Combining their efforts, a trio of mages funneled lightning magic towards Ichigo. Ichigo quickly raised his hand to the storm of energy, letting it part around him as it impacted against his palm. Not letting them attack again, he sent the larger form of Zanjutsu flying through the air to slam against them. The Zanpakuto instantly reacted to the foreign energy, intensifying its weight and knocking them unconscious from the impact. With his sword temporarily out of his grip, however, the mages around him seemed to gain some form of confidence. "Surrender and we'll be kind," hissed one of the mages. Ichigo shot a glare at him and the man backpedaled a few steps until he was stabbed through the chest. Ichigo eyed the woman behind the falling man, watching as she spat on the corpse below her. "He was your ally, right?" said Ichigo uncaringly. Considering who these mages were in the first place, he had little pity for them. "Or did his usefulness end for you and who you serve?" The woman froze before quickly smirking sinisterly. "Now who told you about my master?" "Hey Mainoli, should we take him back to the master?" "He's nobody," said the other woman as she pushed her way through the crowds of mages. Ichigo glanced between both of them, noticing similarities in their unusual choice of wear. Both wore pure white outfits, Mainoli's being a short-sleeved dress with a white choker while the other woman's choice of clothing exposed a lot more of her chest and stomach, her pigtails tied up with white hair ties. He watched Mainoli step further forward, noticing her one green eye. He couldn't help but notice it when the bone-white mask fragment covered her right eye, part of it hidden beneath her short blonde hair. He quickly turned back to the other woman, seeing a similar mask fragment except for being on her left side to cover a purple eye. The choice of uniform seemed a far too similar color to that of the mask fragment, and what else could it be but the broken mask of a hollow? He recognized the familiar sensation of the magic from the old fragments of his old self, especially the almost hungry aspect to the energy. He had been able to tell from the start they didn't serve the master of the guild hall he was currently in. It was shown in their complete disregard of the man they had killed, so much so that there wasn't even disgust in the action. It was merely indifferent, like the actions the man had done didn't even matter to her. If she had been in the same guild then she could have felt insulted for him appearing weak in her eyes, and yet that hadn't been there. So then, who was she serving? And who had managed to create hollow Shinigami hybrids while he had been away? "Hey Loli," said Mainoli, turning to the other hollow. "Do you want the honors? Or shall I do it?" "Now come now," interrupted Ichigo, clapping his hands together in fake amusement. "You don't have to worry. You can share. I'll take you both on at once, and the rest of the guild here too if you want to have even better odds." Ichigo dropped all pretenses of being amused though as the expression in his eyes darkened. "Just be aware I may stop holding my punches if you do so." "You think you scare us?" said Mainoli as she raised up her left hand, a crackling crimson red orb appearing in her hand. "Oh, you're an idiot, aren't you? Only an idiot would attack somewhere like here as recklessly as you are." "Hey now, this was a very calculated move." "Partly. Ignored the look Mavis sent him as she hung across his back, the easiest way for her to keep close to him while he was fighting. Ichigo gestured at Loli. What about you? Are you going to underestimate me too? I should warn you, I don't show mercy to those strong enough to not need it. Loli's response was to flick her fingers at him, a small high-speed bala being flung at him. Ichigo didn't even both moving as it slammed straight into his head. Instead of going through as she had expected, however, Loli took a step back in shock as she noticed it didn't even make Ichigo's head roll back a bit or even leave a mark. Really? You think such a weak attack will do anything? I'm disappointed. Screw you. Loli thrust her entire fist forward this time, a large blast of crimson energy being flung forward at Ichigo. Ichigo didn't let it hit him, however, instead deflecting it with his palm as he swiped to one side. Bala. I'll admit it's the first time I've ever really seen this attack. I know all about it, of course, being about 20 times faster than a Zero but also a hell of a lot weaker, but I've never really seen it despite all that. I've never used it myself. Suppose I never needed to. You've never used it? Loli laughed, launching another set of ballast towards him. At the same time, Mainoli used the chance to force him to divide his focus, firing a large Zero at him. Ichigo dodged the first few bala before the Zero slammed into his position, Loli not letting up with the balas as she shouted at him. Ha! Let's see you survive all these. Sure, a bala's not as strong as a Zero, but let's see you take one after the other with the concussive force they bring. Loli glanced over at Mainoli as she noticed the other hollow doing nothing. Hey, want to join in? He'll be dead in a second if you don't. I'm not very good with bala, muttered Mainoli. What's so hard about it? Just harden your magical power and send it flying like a bullet. Come on, give it a try. Sorry, but I'll pass. I prefer Zero. Me too, said Ichigo, Mainoli and Loli's heads snapping behind them as they found Ichigo standing behind all the mages there. Zero is so much more fun, but I think I'll give a bala a try. Never really used it before, but you made it sound so much easier than all the other explanations I've seen. Punching forward, a massive blast of crimson energy flew of Ichigo's fist, smashing into the turning mages and scattered them like bowling pins. Ichigo walked past them all as they were blasted to one side, looking at his fist in amusement. Not bad. You're right, that is faster. I do prefer Zero, but I suppose this is good if I want to tone it down a bit. Ichigo glanced around and noticed the two women were the only two remaining standing, the others lying on the ground around him and groaning. Did I put too much juice into it? I could have sworn I held back a lot more. Or are these guys just this weak? Don't get ahead of yourself. Loli turned towards Mainoli quickly as she shouted an order. Let's take him. What the hell are you doing? Mainoli froze mid-step, looking towards Loli, who had noticed her backing away. Don't tell me you're not scared of that. She muttered fearfully. We can't even sense his magical power, and yet he blew them all out of the way, and with a technique that only a hollow can use. Mainoli, he's not normal. She's right, you know, said Ichigo, taking a step forward as he tried to act on the other girl's fear. Just surrender already. Make it easy on yourself. He took another step forward before pulling his arm back, avoiding the swing from the dagger Loli had pulled out. Now where were you hiding that? None of your goddamn business. Poison, Escalopendra. Loli's entire form was covered in purple energy, quickly expanding away from the humanoid form into a centipede-like creature. Her mask expanded along both cheeks as her clothes became replaced by bone-white armor, with the exception of the skirt she wore staying as normal. Along her legs and arms, the armor was far more profound, her arms giving the appearance of two additional centipede-like creatures, both lacking a head to them. Is that like a Shikai? Or a Bankai? No matter, it'll be all over soon. And I'll get my answers. Is that so? Said Loli mockingly, whipping out at him with one of her arms. Ichigo deflected the blow with ease before he began to sense a strange sensation growing across his arm. He quickly dodged the second blow before landing to one side, his arm falling off where he had deflected the blow from. Drips of purple poison eroded the rest of his arm away as Ichigo looked at her form in annoyance. That's an annoying power you've got. You like that? Well, take some more. Ichigo didn't let any others hit him, rapidly darted between the whips with extreme speeds and leaving Loli disorientated. He appeared behind her before she could do anything and held out his already regenerated arm, causing Loli to freeze in shock at the rate of healing. She couldn't move in time as the larger blade of Zanjutsu suddenly came flying across the room and landed in Ichigo's open hand, immediately being swung down and slicing her in half. How? Both halves of Loli collapsed to the ground before she faded away into white sand as the wind pulled her away. Mainoli looked at the vanishing form of her dead friend before she broke out into a cold sweat, taking steps back carefully and wishing she wouldn't be spotted. That had just been instant regeneration, and there were few people who could even use that. And, if he wasn't a hollow, he could be only one other person. Ichigo turned before she could take another step, causing her to freeze with his cold stare. He slowly started walking towards her and she found she couldn't move. Those eyes seemed different than before. Colder. More calculating. He was already in front of her before she even noticed, and his other hand came to rest of the smaller blade's hilt, sticking out of the cloak slightly. Would you like to answer my questions now? I don't know why you are here. Of course you don't. You are merely an added bonus to my original objective. I never expected to find hollow Shinigami hybrids here, but then I always do get my fair share of strange luck sometimes. Do you want to do this willingly? Or do I need to force some answers from you? Despite her fear, Mainoli swallowed her fear as she generated a zero in her fist. Right before she could fire it, however, Ichigo pulled the shorter blade from its sheath and swung at her. Her zero broke apart as the edge of the blade slashed towards her in its short arc, a faint glimmer of blue light around the blade's edge. It was strange. For a second she had thought it had been about cut right through her, but it had fallen short. It had to have done, because she wasn't in the same state Loli had been in after the larger blade cut through her. Perhaps he was unused to distance with such a shorter weapon. It had been enough to disrupt her zero in fear though. I see, Ichigo muttered, his gaze far away for some reason. You really don't know anything much. Seems the fear I wanted to exploit has backfired, blinding yourself from everything but that scary existence in front of you. I'm sure your master, whoever he is, will be very happy. What do you dash? Mainoli was cut short as the larger form of Zanjutsu swung down at her, slicing her head off before she could say anything else. Her body quickly turned to white sand as Loli's had and scattered, likely to end up returning to Hueco Mundo at some point in time. Ichigo sighed as he ignored all the groans from the other mages around him, some even trying to back away from him in fear. Well then, said Ichigo as he approached the back of the destroyed building. He knew many were probably watching him, but that didn't matter right now. Besides, even knocking out all the mages around him would not be enough. He was sure some civilians were peering out of windows nearby to watch. Entering where he knew was the office belonging to the guild master, he sheathed both blades before grabbed at the floorboards and ripped them up. Beneath him he could see a large stairway, leading down into the depths of the guild that he had never known to exist before recently. Is this long? Mavis nodded over his shoulder. Yep. You should have enough time to go and check it out. Let's go. Ichigo sighed before he started walking. He spared one last look at the mages before deciding they wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Let's go then. Let's see what you wanted to show me. Heading down the stairs, Ichigo walked for what must have been 10 minutes before he finally reached the bottom. The stairs ended at the small collapsing room, a door hanging off the hinges. Ichigo didn't bother with being gently, pulling it away and entering the large room behind it. It was completely ruined, most of its old majestic appearance shattered. A large gaping hole was in the center of the room, signs at the sides of the large gap that indicated a platform had once been there. It didn't stop Ichigo from walking across the air though, moving towards the large doorway at the other side of the room. Not a single scratch was present on it, despite the obvious attempts that must have been made looking at the state of the room. In front of the door was a large glyph, shining brightly with golden light. How do we pass, Mavis? What do we need to do? Nothing. You're with me after all. This seal isn't meant to deny you entry. True to Mavis's word, the seal present gave no resistance as he reached for the doorway. His hand brushed along the door before it began opening, the seal vanishing as light burst out through the doorway. This is it, Mavis. Ichigo muttered, in shock from what he saw as the light began to die down. This is it. No, muttered Mavis in shock, her eyes widen in terror as she gripped Ichigo tightly. Fear entered her voice as she spoke, her body shaking. It's not here. Then where is it? Ichigo muttered, a trace of fear entering his voice as well. It should be here. It has to be here. If it's not, then where is it? Where is Lumen Histoire? Turning, Ichigo quickly retreated away from the room and ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time. He could hear the doorway closing behind him and knew from what Mavis had said that it was probably relocking itself. He didn't give it too much mind though, making it to the top in a fraction of the time it took to get down before shooting up into the air. He quickly left the town behind as the sun started to rise, leaving the ruins of Fairy Tale's old building in his wake. It wouldn't be long till the Magic Council had someone arrive at Magnolia, but it was too late if they wanted to catch him. He was already gone. Protector of the Fairies. Dragon against God, devil against man. And welcome back! Cried out Chapati, the audience joining him in his excitement. The Grand Magic Games now enters its third day. Soon enough we'll be over halfway through, but let's not let that get us down. We've got plenty more excitement before we reach the end. How have you found the last few days, Lahar? Lahar gave a smile to the audience as he spoke into the microphone. It's been very exciting. I was unsure of the decision to include a guild like Fairy Tale, but so far they have at least managed to be respectful and calm. They must really want to win, but of course I will continue to keep an eye on them. Well said. Now then, let us introduce our other guest here today. He's the leader of a quite well-known hospital, their advances in the medical field setting them apart from all others. It is my fortunate pleasure to introduce to you all Ryukin Ishida. Nodding at the audience, Ryukin adjusted his tie as he spoke. I do not see why you have found the need to involve me in such ridiculous events. I will expect the payment promised delivered to the hospital by the end of the week. Of course, said Chapati nervously, remembering the words from the organizers about how much it had cost to drag this man here. I hear you have a son in the competition too. Ryu Ishida from Lamia Scale. Ah yes. Has he done anything idiotic? He probably has, though I haven't been watching. This entire show is pointless in my opinion. Yes, well. Chapati quickly drew attention to the field as he pointed down wildly to screens appearing, distracting them from the other man. Today's competition is something we like to call pandemonium. Every guild gets one person each. Let's see who appears today. I'm going, said Gray, a trace of nervousness in his voice as he spoke to his teammates. Urza looked at him in concern before nodding. Very well. Good luck. They're sending out Gray, are they? Commented Laxus as he eyed the other team. I might go today as well. I want to stretch my muscles a bit. Flare, commanded Alexei. Go forth. Flare's only response was a nod. At the Garu Nights, no words were exchanged as Kamika stepped forward, the others making no moves to deny her participation. If Laxus is out there then I'll go too, offered Orga, already walking forward without hearing their responses. It'll be easy. Go ahead, said Renji casually. I want to fight, said Karen as she watched all the other participants. Kagura? Can I? Go ahead. Sweet. Thanks. The mages of Quattro Cerberus quickly consulted one another before they almost pushed Kenpeka forward. Yay! Cried out a pink-haired child from the crowds. Go Kenny! Lamia Scale was about to send out Kelia when Jura held a hand in front of her, moving forward instead. No. If he's going out there then the only chance we have is for me to join in too. All right, muttered Kelia in disappointment. I'll wait. It seems we have everyone, stated Chapati. Now then, let's go to our judge. Mato. Mato raised his hands in front of the assembled mages before the ground began to shake, a large construct rising up from the ground behind him. Everyone present couldn't hold back their shock as a massive tower started to form, reaching up to the top of the large statues all around the arena. Welcome to Pandemonium, the tower where the evil monsters rest. Monsters? Asked Kenpeki, his eyes showing nothing pure excitement. Like demons and all that shit. No, said Mato, causing Kenpeki to frown in annoyance. They are still nothing but magical tools. Here is how this tower works. There are 100 floors, each filled with monsters of varying levels of strength. The higher you go, the stronger they get. For example, a D rank monster will be far more common on the lower floors than an A rank, but that is reversed when you get higher up. Mato gestured behind him again. Not only that. Every so often, at certain floors, we have a guardian of sorts. This monster is always 10 times stronger than the ones before it, and in the end we even have some monsters we have rated S-class. They are rated to be so strong that not even one of the wizard saints can be guaranteed to beat it. Mato paused for a second as he scratched his pumpkin chin. Not that we've ever tested though. It's power-based a lot of the time. Snapping out of those thoughts, Mato returned to face the mages. 100 floors await you all. We will take it one mage at a time. Each mage can select a number between 1 and 100, representing the number of floors they wish to challenge. They will always continue off from the last mage's progress, and the first to destroy the monster on the 100th floor will steal victory for their team. The positions afterwards will be decided by how far you managed to climb up through the tower. And if you retreat even once, you are out. A counting game, huh? Muttered Jura. No, it's far simpler than that. Simpler? Yes. How do we decide the order? Huh? Oh yeah. Mato held out his hands as a box with sticks sticking out of it appeared. Each take one. They all did so, Jura smiling as he saw the glowing number 1 on the end of his. Perfect. Kenpeka scowled, spitting at the ground. So you're about to steal all the fun away, aren't you? Precisely. Jura turned towards Mato for one last confirmation. What is important is the destruction of the final monster, right? And victory is given to the one who defeats it no matter what happens. Yes, but the floors below must be completely cleared in order for it to count. You can't just try and get up there from the outside and fight it, else even if you kill it, victory still won't be yours so long as a single monster remains below. That's okay. I have just the plan for that. Jura straightened himself proudly as he walked forward, pausing as he suddenly turned his head back round. You may all want to back away a lot, he added, one hand making a shooing motion as emphasis. Huh. Mato frowned, a trace of fear coming over him for some odd reason. It was like he was having a strange sense of déjà vu. My challenge. I will wipe out all 100 floors, and I'll take out the tower in the process. Okay then. Now, let's. Mato froze as he properly registered what Jura had said. What? That was the collective response of the entire audience, all in shock of Jura's proclamation. Now hold on, said Mato as he tried to calm Jura down. Let's be reasonable here. Even a wizard saint dash. You underestimate a wizard saint's strength, said Jura simply, only those that knew him being able to detect some of the anger hidden beneath the surface of those words from him being underestimated. You underestimate me. I will correct that. I will shatter this tower before 1 minute from now is up. What? Jura didn't listen to Mato's protests, walking forward a bit before flipping his kukhara around as the hilt started to shrink down. Jura gripped the shortened staff tightly, the top of the kukhara now upside down with the hilt being half its original length. A large lacrima, impeded in the top of the kukhara, began to brightly glow, the very air around Jura becoming harder to break in as his magic weighted down all around him. His magic quickly manifested in a heavy aura around himself before all the earth behind him started to rise upwards. First it was a fist. That fist was pressed against the ground, an arm soon extending off it as it joined onto a large chunk of earth. That same chunk gained more detail as more earth sprouted off it, becoming more and more like a chest as legs and the second arm formed, a head finally shaping on the top of the massive giant. Slowly getting to both feet from its crouched position, the giant revealed its true height, matching the massive tower before them with ease. It resembled that of an armored warrior, a large stone sword in its right hand that many recognized. That spell. Mato looked at the sword in shock. That's the legendary spell, Tenkan. Incorrect, said Jura, turning to Mato who was standing by one of the large armored soldier's large stone feet. This is the true version of my legendary spell. Kokyujou Tenjin Mayu Ou. Returning to face the tower, Jura took a step forward to center himself, the large stone warrior doing the same. This is the power a wizard saint can possess. I won't have you underestimate the power of mages through simple power measurements. We are all far more than what mere numbers reveal. Swing down with his staff, the stone giant did the same with the large sword in its hands, slashing straight through the tower from the top to the bottom. The moment the sword hit the ground, the earth cracked, energy firing out of every single crack it made in the ground. Combining together as it poured upwards, a massive blast of magical power shot upwards, very similar to Jura's rumbling MT Fuji technique. The only difference was that this was on an entirely different level. Immensely so. The blast didn't stop its path towards the sky, continued upwards until it consumed the entire tower in its grasp and hid it from view. All the other participants found the ground shaking from the force of the attack, struggling to keep their balance until it finally let up. As the explosion cleared, however, it became apparent that Jura had kept true to his word. The tower was completely gone. That's. Mato couldn't get out the words, even as Jura let the stone giant fall back to the ground and break apart. He twirled the staff a few times as the hilt extended back to its normal length before resting it normally against the ground. Each floor was cleared by the blast, along with the monster on the final floor. I even did it in order. Is that satisfactory? Yes. Winner. Jura nodded, heading towards the exit of the arena. The crowds present broke out of their shock as he started to leave, quickly creating a roaring round of applause that made Jura pause for a moment to smile happily. He raised a hand to wave as he left, only causing them to grow more excited before he finally left their sight. Mato, finally managing to recover himself, turned back to look at where his tower had once been. First my maze, now my tower. At least the town was in some decent state. Snapping out of his despair, Mato quickly signaled the mages behind the scenes to summon up the backup plan. Well, I can't say I wasn't completely expecting an outcome like this. Good thing we had a backup plan ready. This is the device we used for measuring and standardizing the power of the monsters that tower held. The MPF. Being summoned in through magic circles, a floating device appeared behind Mato. There was a central orb that was encased by some form of armored protection, extending up at all four sides. Ah, said Lahar for the benefit of the audience. That there is the same model we use for the training and measuring of rune knights. The magic power finder is a quite accurate measurement of power, though it does has its limits. Our generals normally hit very high scores or even max it out entirely when they really go all out to test their limits. Chapati nodded in thanks. Thank you for that, Lahar. Well then, shall we start the second round? We'll go ahead and follow the order everyone else was meant to go in for the tower. First up then is Grey Fullbuster from Fairy Tail A. Grey took his stance at the MPF, looking at it curiously before he took the familiar stance of Ice Make Magic. Molding a large sword, he swung, a trail of ice following its wake. Ice Make, Cold Excalibur. The MPF's score quickly jumped up, beginning at a set of 4 zeros before finally displaying its final score. 1428. Is that good? Asked Chapati, looking towards Lahar for clarification. The man nodded quickly. Oh yes. I may have said the generals maxed it out at times, but you really need to put a lot of energy into it to actually break this thing. He managed to make it into 4 digits however, and that is certainly impressive. The news only seemed to excite Chapati. Excellent. So shall we see how contestant number 2 deals with it? Next up is Flare Corona. Flare wasted no time in attacking, her hair suddenly extending and igniting before smashing into the MPF from all sides. Despite her effort however, her score only hit 487. She looked almost afraid of the score before shooting a worried look towards her fellow teammates. No one realized why terror suddenly crossed her face unless they were looking for it in the first place. Kamiko went next, releasing a swarm of red pieces of paper at the MPF which did a surprisingly larger amount of damage than Flare had managed. Her score finally settled on 893, putting her in 4th currently when Jura was taken into account. My turn next then, said Karen as she heard Chapati call her forward. Drawing a mole and releasing the blade's power, she held it upwards for a moment as she began to breathe in, a large swarm of flames slowly forming around the blade's edge and wrapping around its large edge. "You are familiar with Karen Kurosaki, right, Lahar?" asked Chapati curiously. "From what we know of her, she grew up in the complex of the Rune Knights, only joining Mermaid Heel about a year ago at most." "You are correct. While I have never properly interacted with her, many of us saw her and her sister, and many of us also occasionally got the chance to see the results of their training. However, when it comes to this move, I recognize it differently. Not from her, however. You could say it runs in the family, so to speak." Chapati wanted to ask what he meant, but no answer was needed the moment Karen called out the attack's name. "Getchuga Tenshou." Bringing the sword down, a massive swarm of flames burst forward in a crescent arc, smashing into the MPF and exploding into a mix of flames and energy. When it finally settled, the score had already settled. 2,230. "Hey yeah!" Karen called out towards the large cheers that accompanied her score. "Mermaid Heel isn't losing today." "As expected," stated Lahar in amusement. "But she's not the last, right?" "No," said Chapati as he looked at the next contestant. "Laxus Driar from Fairy Tale takes the stage now." Laxus smirked arrogantly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Well then, what to do? In his head he ran through the possibilities. He could break out his strongest spell here and now, but it might be best to hold on to that for now. Next best then. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Lightning crackled all around his fist as he pulled it back, the lighting quickly intensifying with every passing second until it could barely be contained. Roaring thunder. His fist hit the MPF and the whole thing exploded into a storm of lightning, blasting past the MPF as well. The combined physical force and elemental damage caused the score to rapidly shot up, finally halting at 3,531. He smirked more as he heard the applause. It wasn't as loud as it was for the others, but no one could deny they weren't gaining fans. Once they got their guild back to legal status, those fans would help a lot. "So this is what a dragon slayer such as yourself is capable of," said Orga as he marched forward, causing Laxus to scowl as he moved away from the MPF. "Let me show you what a god slayer is capable of." Ignoring the shock on Laxus's face from the declaration, Orga summoned up his magic in his palms, his lightning taking an unusual color. It was pure black, with highlights of dark yellow mixed into it. Despite not being a true dragon slayer, Laxus still felt a strange sensation go down his spine. Fear. And he knew that if he sought out Natsu or Gajeel or even Wendy, they would feel the same thing. It might even be worse for them. Perhaps it was even the same for the dragon slayers of Sabertooth too. 120 mm black lightning cannon. Having already created an orb of lighting between his palms, Orga needed only release its stored payload. Lighting burst forward from the orb as a beam, smashing into the MPF and causing the score to rapidly shoot up as the blast continued. It didn't stop until the energy let up, finally coming to rest on 3,825. Orga smirked at Laxus as he turned to face him, sending the mage an arrogant look as he let his eyes flicker towards his score mockingly. "And I wasn't even trying." "You weren't, were you?" Kenpeka smirked, almost resembling a predator as he stepped forward. He was moving towards the MPF, but his gaze never left the two other mages. A dragon slayer and a god slayer. Both of lightning. This truly is amazing. I just get the best luck sometimes, don't I? "You got something to say?" demanded Orga, hiding the sudden fear that went down his spine. Laxus, however, froze. He wasn't sensing fear from this man, or at least not like he had felt when it came to Orga. It was more like excitement, which was unusual because he did also get a vibe to be wary of the man because of his reputation and massive magical power. It was like the signals he was getting from the man were all colliding with one another, unable to come up with an answer. Stopping in front of the MPF, Kenpeki raised a single hand. Lightning shot up and enveloped it, but it wasn't normal lighting. It was a dark purple, crackling with deadly intensity. Kenpeki smiled manically as he swung his arm down, smashing it against the MPF without hesitation. Lightning Devil's Sword. The score shot upwards like it had for no other, rapidly climbing past everyone's score until it finally hit 6,812. All the mages looked at the score in shock while the entire audience went wild, especially when it was being boosted by the cheers of a young pink-haired girl that Kenpeka sent a wave up to. He turned back to Laxus and Orga before smirking himself. I look forward to fighting you two. Maybe you'll be able to excite me for once. What do you two think? Incredible! Exclaimed Chapati as he watched the mages slowly trickling away as Mato dismissed them. Absolutely incredible. Despite all the enemies he was having to beat, Kenpeka's Araki has beaten them all by a landslide. It truly is incredible, stated Lahar with interest, a calculating look in his eye. It's extremely rare to find such a strong mage like him, especially with how much ease he showed in performing an attack of that magnitude. And that proclamation too. There is no doubt now to those rumors about him using Devil Slayer magic. It makes me wonder who taught him that. I'd rather not know, Ryukin commented, finally breaking his silence as he looked up from the many sheets of patient details he had brought to work with and to pass the time. It probably isn't what you think, however. God Slayers nowadays learn from reading old texts, written by those original gods. There was probably something similar here. Maybe a teacher of some kind who already knew the magic, but with that idea I then have to admit there was someone who trained such a dangerous individual once. Let's just get to the scores then, stated Chapati. Jura, for the destruction of the tower and everything in it, gets first place. All the others follow the highest scores. Here are the scores. The scores quickly displayed all around the arena, giving people plenty of time to read them. First, Lamia Scale, 10p. Second, Quattro Cerberus, 8p. Third, Sabertooth, 6p. Fourth, Fairy Tail B, 4p. Fifth, Mermaid Heel, 3p. Sixth, Fairy Tail A, 2p. Seventh, Garu Knights, 1p. Eighth, Raven Tail, 0p. What an incredible turn of events. Lamia Scale really doesn't want to go out of the running here, and Quattro Cerberus is reluctant to lose too. The competition is really heating up. Is it? Asked Ryukin in boredom. It still seems pointless to me. Come on, Ryukin. Enjoy it a bit. Chapati looked down at the sheet in front of him before his face broke out into an image of happiness. Ah, what a wonderful showing for the battles today. We'll start with the battle you all voted for the most today. Let's welcome to the stage Wendy Marvel from Fairy Tail A and Kelia Blendy from Lamia Scale. Protector of the Fairies. Wendy gripped her staff nervously as she walked out into the arena. Seeing all the people looking down at her made her especially nervous, and it was only enhanced by the fact she knew many of them would be cheering for her defeat. Swallowing her fear as best as she could, she looked towards her opponent, a girl only a few years older than herself. Kelia gave a few waves to the crowds cheering for her before she noticed her opponent looking at her and shot Wendy a cheerful smile. "Hey," she said as she held out a hand. "I'm Kelia. You're Wendy, right? Jura mentioned you to me a few times." "He did?" asked Wendy, shaking the girl's hand. "Of course. You're like my senior or something." "I am." Wendy couldn't help but get more confused, and it didn't help she was already feeling nervous because of seeing Orga's Godslayer magic early. That strange fear had only increased however, and it was practically screaming at her from where. Oh. So that was Jura had mentioned her to Kelia. She gripped her staff tightly as she tried to not let her fear show. She had a much better idea how Natsu had felt now when he had been faced off against Zhang Crow, because this fear could only mean one thing, and her being mentioned by Jura only enhanced that claim. "You're a Sky God Slayer." Kelia's eyes widened in shock. "You know? That's incredible, Wendy. How did you know? Are you feeling the same excitement as I am? Is that how you knew?" "Not exactly." So Kelia didn't know about the unnatural fear a Dragon Slayer could have for a God Slayer. That was good, she supposed. Perhaps, if she was lucky, Kelia wouldn't know that she could eat her magic. That would be helpful. Chapati gave the call to begin the match and Wendy immediately moved away, raising her staff as the lacrima at the top burst to life. Illu Arms. Illu Armor. Illu Vernier. Enchant. A wave of energy burst off from Wendy, surrounding her in a strong aura before being absorbed into her. Kelia looked amazed at the magic, smiling wildly as she recognized it. Incredible. You can use the advanced versions at your age? I can't even manage them yet. Kelia smirked as she waved a hand upwards. Arms X armor X vernier. Enchant. I won't lose so easily though. A smaller aura appeared around Kelia before they both charged in. Wendy was faster however, her enchantments giving double the boost that the basic versions gave. Raising the staff to one side, Wendy swiped, a sharp blast of wind flying off from it. Sky Dragon's wing slash. It smashed into Kelia and sent her skidding across the ground, the older girl's resistance to the magic not letting it do much damage beyond the small concussive force behind it. Darting back towards Wendy, Kelia dodged the swipe of wind being sent at her again before leaping into the air and swiping her leg downwards towards Wendy. Sky God's crushing step. Black wind burst forth from Kelia's foot and shot towards Wendy, the younger girl barely managing to avoid the attack. Kelia kept up her attack however, her foot coming down to the ground and being used to pivot on as she spun, black wind spiraling around her. Sky God's dance. Two streams of black wind expanded outwards, catching Wendy off guard and throwing her upwards in pain as her staff slipped from her grasp. Kelia was right behind her though, leaping up past her and holding a hand above her head. Black wind quickly was drawn into her palm like a spiral before she threw it downwards. Sky God's Boreas. In her current state, Wendy was powerless to dodge. A black whirlwind exploded out of the orb Kelia had thrown at her as it rammed into her, quickly catching her in its deadly hold. She didn't stay trapped in it for long, her body being sent flying out of control within the wind before finally being thrown out and skidding along the ground. She could feel her whole body hurting, numerous cuts from the black wind littering her body along with blood dribbling down her arms from where her skin scraped along the ground roughly. Come on Wendy, is this all you've got? Kelia showed nothing on her face but disappointment as she landed softly on the ground, barely making a sound as she landed. I expected a lot more from you based on what Jura told me about you, but then perhaps you aren't really meant to fight. Perhaps you are simply only good at seeing the world. Wendy clenched her fists. I can fight. I am not useless. Oh, we both know there's nothing wrong with just seeing Wendy. Kelia held out her arms widely as she spun around, simply looking up at the sky in joy. We get to see a world no one else can. The flickering of magic itself fills the empty sky and dances along like fairies. It's a privilege for us and us alone. And it's beautiful to watch. I said I'm not useless. Kelia looked back down to see Wendy's determined face facing her. I won't ever sit back and watch when I can help by fighting, despite how much I may not like it. I'm a mage of fairy tale, and they are counting on me to win, not to simply gaze at the sky like some lost little girl and to stay stationary. That's not the path I want to take. Kelia's smile returned a bit. That's good to hear then Wendy. I take it back. Breathing in, Kelia began to eat the air, Wendy copying her. I'll keep taking you seriously then. Try to keep up won't you? Wendy nodded before she finished eating, immediately pulling her head back as she drew wind towards her mouth. Sky Dragon's dash. Sky God's dash. Kelia copied the same actions, reading her own breath attack. Roar. Bellow. The two massive blasts of wind collided, exploding against one another in a vicious spiral. Kelia's attack quickly started to beat back Wendy's, smashing against where she was standing as it ripped past the last obstacle of Wendy's attack. When the wind cleared however, Wendy was nowhere to be seen. Kelia quickly glanced around, looking for any signs of the younger girl. She felt the slight vibration in the air along with the slight flickering of magic, instantly drawing her eyes upwards as Wendy held both hands above her head, twin burst of wind ready to be fired. Sky Dragon's wing attack. The two whirlwinds were sent flying down at Kelia, forcing the girl to dodge to one side. Wendy quickly landed in that time and grabbed her staff, dodging the retaliation from Kelia as the other girl recovered. Backing away rapidly, Wendy raised her staff above her head and spun it. Wind burst from the edges and expanded around the two, creating a large barrier of wind around the two mages. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Kelia looked around at the wind barrier before looking upwards, not able to see the top of it. You're trying to trap me, aren't you? It won't hold for long, you must know that. It's not to trap you, corrected Wendy as she brought the staff back down, holding it behind her back. It's to keep you in one place for a moment. Kelia didn't get a chance to process that before Wendy brought the staff around herself, spinning it counterclockwise. The wind barrier suddenly contracted inwards, funneling towards Kelia like a whirlwind. Shattering light, sky drill. Bringing up her hands to brace against the attack, Kelia thought that would have been enough. It wasn't, and because of that she found herself being the one sent flying away in pain this time from the vicious wind slashing at her. She felt herself get sent flying before impacting against one of the stadium walls and falling to the ground, clutching her back in pain. Wendy fell to her knees as she felt exhaustion hit her, the attack taking far more out of her than she had expected. "Incredible!" exclaimed Chapati. "Kelia is down. Does this mean the end here? Is it Fairy Tail's win?" Mato was about to announce victory when Kelia finally moved, pushing herself to her feet. She glanced upwards at Wendy before a mad smile filled her face, one completely different from her cheerful grins from before. Her previously kind and curious eyes were now wide, staring at the other girl in a new manner. An obsessive manner. "Awesome. So awesome. Come on Wendy, let's fight some more. Let's keep going. You've got more, right? Show me more." As she spoke, Kelia's wounds began to fade away, cuts and bruises vanishing without a trace, much to Wendy's shock and despair. "What's going on?" muttered Laxus as he watched Kelia healing herself. "I thought sky magic users couldn't heal themselves." "Wendy can't heal herself," corrected Miss Doggan. "She's the only source of info we have about them anyway. I don't think any of us expected Kelia to be able to do self-healing though." "That's more than self-healing," muttered Ichigo in fascination, his eyes glued to the Godslayer as the wounds vanished without a trace. "I can see it. She's not just healing and removing scars. Magic itself is healing her body, reversing its state to a previous one. It's a rank of regeneration on par with my own, even if it takes longer. It's borderline time reversal. If that's the case, can Wendy win? We all know what you're like. Your regeneration can make putting you down almost impossible. For someone like Wendy, does she even have the raw power to fight against someone like this? That's one of the only true tried methods against someone who can heal the damage they take." Ichigo's silence was answer enough for Miss Doggan, the man looking at Wendy in worry. "Damn it. Please win Wendy." Wendy stared at Kelia in shock. "You can heal yourself," she muttered quietly, a spark of envy in her voice as she saw the magic around Kelia assisting the girl. It wasn't like how it gave its aid to Ichigo, but it was close enough. Was this what Sky Godslayers were capable of? What worried her the most, however, was that look in Kelia's eyes. It made the girl look almost insane. It made her look like Zhang Crow, and that was not a good look when it came down to what she remembered about the Dark Mage. "Come on Wendy!" shouted Kelia madly as she swung her arms down, twin waves of black wind being fired at Wendy. "This is so much fun. This is love, right? Battling with full power against another? It's incredible." Wendy tried to ignore the other girls' ramblings, especially as they slowly seemed to become crazier with each word. She dodged the slashes of wind sent at her before jumping over a large burst of wind, quickly countering with a slash of her hand. Her own wave of wind flew down, but Kelia didn't bother dodging, taking the hit and getting a large slash along her arm that quickly healed up a moment later. It was like she wasn't even caring about dodging anymore. "This is not good," muttered Orga from Sabertooth's booth. Sting raised an eyebrow at him curiously, confused at what he meant. "What's wrong? Not enjoying the fight?" Orga kept his gaze locked on Kelia. "Look at her. She's losing herself in her power. It's a risk with Godslayer magic when you aren't very experienced with it. There's so much power running through your veins, so much raw energy, that it can confuse your mind. The more emotional you get as well, the more you drown in the madness of the power. It's not a problem for me normally because I've had so much practice and I'm older, but..." "She's just a kid," muttered Sting. "Her emotions are raw and wild." "Precisely. If this keeps up, she might even try and kill her opponent while lost in that madness." Wendy quickly backed away as another dangerous slash of wind missed her. It left a large cut in the ground right where she had been, and each slash seemed to dig further and further into the ground when it missed her. Kelly's attacks were becoming more and more like Zhang Crow's. It scared her, far more than she wanted to admit. Backing away further, she quickly drew her head back, hoping Kelly hadn't noticed yet. Sky Dragon's roar. Kelly turned at the last second, holding a hand up to the attack and having it impact against it. Then, to Wendy's further despair, she opened her mouth and began to eat. She could feel her hopes vanishing further and further as her entire attack was devoured by the other girl, Kelly licking her lips hungrily as she finished it off. That was delicious, Wendy. That was tastier than any other magic I've ever eaten. Wendy increased her grip on her staff, trying to hide her fear. I'll pay you back as well. Here, I'll get you a big meal too. Holding out her hands to her sides, a spiral of wind appeared around each palm. Twirling around, Kelly raised her hands above her head, at which point the wind seemed to vanish. Instead though, it changed form, becoming the shape of black feathers that were coming out of Kelly's hands. Godslayer's secret art. No, Kellia! Cried out Leon in distress. Don't do it! Jura shouted, already ready to lunge out of the stands if needed if it would save Wendy's life. Stop it! Orga found himself shouting, equally as worried as the others despite being their opponent. She's a dragon slayer. She won't be able to eat that attack. Kellia didn't seem to listen and everyone could see Wendy was tired. Mist Ogden gripped the edge of the stands before he was about to leap over. I'm going to dash. Not yet, said Ichigo. But dash. Not yet. Mist Ogden turned towards Ichigo to see an almost fascinated look in his eyes, his gaze locked on Wendy. I want to see this. And you're okay with risking Wendy's life? Mist Ogden, stand down. I don't take orders, dash. Mist Ogden. Ichigo snapped out sharply, Mist Ogden gritting his teeth as he glanced at the confused looks from the others. If she's really in trouble then we'll move in. But for now, let me watch. This is quite amusing for me here. As the feathers started to gather together around her, Kellia swung her arms down. Heavenly gathering of clouds. The bundle of feathered wind was sent swirling towards Wendy, rushing towards her at a size too large for her to dodge. It was like a vicious tornado being directed right at her, only much faster and much denser. Wendy still acted quickly, however, slamming her staff into the ground in front of her as the lacrima on the top lit up, helping her focus her magic further. Sky Dragon's Guard. A massive burst of wind shot up all around Wendy, guarding her from all sides as the attack hit. With every passing second, however, she felt her barrier getting weaker. It was like when Natsu had faced Zhang Crow in a battle like this. Despite all his attempts, his flames were no match for Zhang Crow's own. He had only won because he had gained her Sky Dragon Slayer magic and created his Heavenly Flame Dragon mode. She didn't have anything like that. She only had her Sky Dragon Slayer magic to fall back on. She couldn't give up. Pouring more magic into her remaining wind, she begged it to hold up, even as it was being torn apart further. It was too late. The black wind broke down the last defenses and was about to hit her. That was the case until it suddenly was being split down the middle. Wendy looked at herself in shock, noticing the strange barrier around her of magic that she was sure she could only see because of her sight. A hand landed on her shoulder and she glanced behind her, almost feeling like crying when she saw that smiling face at her. A hand reached out and wiped the tears appearing in her eyes away anyway, the owner of the hand chuckling as he did so. Look at you, Wendy. You've changed, even though it's only been a short while. My precious little granddaughter has come further than I ever thought possible. Nabara. Nabara smiled as he placed a hand on her head. He glanced over to Kellia, who was looking at him in a mix of fascination and madness. It seems the Godslayer is losing herself. We need to take her down in one shot before it is too late. Placing his hands over Wendy's own, he made her turn to face the other girl. You don't have much magic left, but I might be able to squeeze it enough for what we need to do. Launch your strongest spell at her. I'll ensure she won't be able to get up afterwards. Wendy nodded, twirling the staff as Nabara let go. The familiar wall of wind appeared around Wendy and Kellia again, the girl looking at it hungrily. Oh. Can I eat it? Can I, Wendy? Dragon Slayer's secret art, shattering light, sky drill. Kellia opened her mouth as the attack quickly was directed at her, preparing to devour it, As she tried to take the first drop of it, however, the lacrima on the top of Wendy's staff pulsed brightly, shining a mixture of black and white light around them both. It was missed by both as well, but for a brief moment Wendy's eyes changed too, quickly hidden by the blowing of her hair as the intense winds threw it all over the place. The air Kelia was trying to eat slipped from her grasp before the rest of it impacted against her, smashing against her with deadly force. She still struggled against it, however, trying to summon up the power to battle the wind. Forming a spiral of black wind in her right hand, she swung it only to have it vanish and reappear at the other side of Wendy's attack, almost like it wasn't able to penetrate the force around Wendy's attack. As the attack finally ended, Kelia fell to the ground, her arms stopping her from hitting the ground. Wendy likewise fell to her knees, letting out sharp breaths as the light coming from her lacrima continued pulsing. Kelia quickly tried to heal herself only to find the wind that would normally come to her aid missing her, exactly like how she had been unable to eat the wind from Wendy's attack because it kept moving away from her grasp. She couldn't get it in time before she fell to the ground completely, lying there exhausted. At the same time, Wendy did the same, the light from the lacrima finally dimming to its usual state as her eyes returned to normal. Chapati looked at the sight in shock before quickly recovering. What a surprise! Neither content is getting up. It's a draw. Lamia Scale and Fairy Tail A both get 5 points. The audience broke out into cheers, even Ryukin going as far as to clap for a few seconds. What happened? Muttered Leon, confused at the sudden turn of events. Did the sky refuse to lend its aid to Kelia? No, muttered Jura. That color of light, that lacrima, it's impossible. Did she use? It's not possible, right? It's not. But maybe it is too. The lacrima was left in her possession after all. I was right, said Ichigo as he looked towards Mistogen. It was interesting. She could have died. And she didn't. Besides, you didn't see what I did. See what? Exactly. You're blind, Mistogen, but I can't blame you. Almost everyone's blind these days. Ichigo smirked at the confused looks he was getting, proving further than only he and a few others had seen it. Nobara trying was interesting if he had managed to manifest, even in such a weak form. Truly interesting. Protector of the Fairies. Kagura sighed as her match ended. In the end, despite her best efforts, she had been unable to secure the win. Her enemy, Kamika from the Garu Knights, had been a worthy opponent. Despite participating in the round before, Kamika still fought at a stronger level than she had anticipated, and it didn't help that the Garu Knight went for the kill most of them time as well. If she had been willing to draw her sword, then she was sure she would have been able to beat her, but that blade was meant to be dyed in the blood of another. Not wasting any more time, she quickly rushed back up to the others. Yukino was in a better state than the previous night. They hadn't needed to restrain her for now, but they still needed to keep her under supervision. The girl was probably itching for a chance to escape and go after Lucy, but Yuzo was keeping a real close eye on her because of that. Looking at the next contestant, she sighed when she realized who it was. Orga from Sabretooth and Alexei from Raventail. She already had an idea of the Lightning God Slayer's strength, but the Raventail member was unknown to her. Still, he never gave off a very intimidating presence. Not ever. Right as the match began, Alexei raised a hand and announced his surrender. He didn't even try to participate, keeping his strength even more of a secret. Was he a fool? Winning the match would give him 10 points. Drawing would be 5. Could he really afford to not even try when Raventail held last place? It's suspicious, right? Muttered Karen next to her. Your father is one of the generals on the Magic Council, isn't he? Has he ever mentioned anything about Raventail? Yuzo shook her head nearby, one eye still on Yukino. Dad was reluctant to tell us much when we were younger. We were too young to hear a lot of that stuff, and Raventail was made a legal guild soon after. He's never insulted them, but he's never been particularly nice about them either. That's one way to put it, Karen added. He's definitely suspicious of them, but you know how it is. If they don't step out of line too much or too far, it's all good. Hell, he said it was the chairman's decision to even make them a legal guild again in the first place. Kagura paused. The chairman's decision. Yeah. He's dash. Karen. Yuzu said as she interrupted her sister, harshly cutting Karen off from whatever she was about to say. Karen blushed as she looked downwards, realizing what Yuzu was warning her about. Ah, right. Can't say too much. Don't want to get dad in trouble. I see. Kogura didn't push the other girl. If she couldn't tell her, then there was nothing to do about it. Instead, she turned her attention to the final fight of the day, one that promised far more to her than any other. She watched as Jelal entered the field before his gaze shifted to Kenpeki. This would show her how powerful Jelal truly was. And there was no better person to help broadcast that strength than Kenpeki's Araki, the man who single-handedly could carry Quattro Cerberus if necessary. Such was the man's strength. Protector of the Fairies. Well then. Asked Mistogin as the signal for the match to begin was given. His opponent, however, showed no urgency in trying to move, and looked to be in deep thought too. You going to just ignore me here? Huh. Kenpeki snapped back to reality. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about your level of strength and trying to judge how much of a handicap to give you. A handicap? Are you underestimating me? Oh, said Kenpeki, as if Mistogin had never said anything. I know. Here's what we'll do. You can have the first shot. Kenpeki spread his arms out wide as waited. That should be fair enough. If you can beat me in one shot, then it'll be very easy for you, won't it? You're. Mistogin tightened his hands into fists as a golden aura surrounded him. You'll come to regret that after this. Channeling a large amount of heavenly body magic into his fists, Mistogin shot forward with meteor, pushing his body to breakneck speeds before slamming his fist straight into Kenpeki's exposed chest. The energy of the attack exploded outwards, forcing Kenpeki back a few meters before he came to a stop, sighing in disappointment as he brushed off some of the dust that had landed on him from the explosion. He was no worse for wear than before, barely a scratch being left on his chest. Was that it? He muttered in disappointment. And I expected a lot more from someone with your reputation. Hey, what about the others in your team? You aren't the strongest, are you? No, said Mistogin warily. That right goes to Ichigo. The orange-haired guy. Kenpeki glanced upwards to where he could see Ichigo watching from. If that's the case, then I'd rather be fighting him instead. He turned back. Hey, do you think dash? He cut himself off as he noticed Mistogin was gone, leaving only dust in his wake. Quickly turning back round, he was just in time to parry a kick from Mistogin, the mage holding up a hand in front of Kenpeki's face. A large burst of light shot out of his palm, blinding Kenpeki as he swung wildly. Taking advantage of the weakness, Mistogin slammed a fist against Kenpeki's head. Before he could launch another strike, however, Kenpeki's arm shot out, covered in lightning. He barely dodged as he flew backwards, eyeing Kenpeki warily as the man's sight returned. Despite not being able to stop him, Kenpeki had swung without any sign of hesitation. If anything, a smile had appeared on the man's face, and even blind his attack had come dangerously close to hitting him. It looks like I was a bit wrong, said Kenpeki as he cracked his knuckles. You're stronger than I gave you credit for. Smirking, Kenpeki's body started to spark with lightning. Why don't I take this a bit more seriously then? Pulling his head back, Kenpeki drew lightning up to his mouth, just like all slayers did. Lightning Devil's Rage. The massive storm of lightning that burst from Kenpeki's mouth was more than he had ever seen a dragon slayer produce. 3 times bigger in fact, and he had to push Meteor to its peak to quickly dodge in time. Twisting in the air, he allowed himself to trace out magic circles, using the chance where Kenpeki wouldn't notice. He was about to complete 3 of them before the attack ended, leaving a large gorge in the ground where he had been. The attack had torn straight to the edge of the arena as well and had ripped a large hole in the wall, making a lot of the people sitting above it wary of staying to watch. Needing more time, Mistogin raised a hand as golden light shone around it. 50 small arrows of light flew from his palm, honing in on Kenpeki, who made no attempt to move. Instead, he quickly swiped out at them with one arm, slashing them apart rapidly as he let out bursts of lightning. Any other time it would have scared Mistogin in how easy his attacks were being stopped, but he had other things to focus on. As Kenpeki finished destroying the last of the arrows, he finished the 7th magic circle necessary. Grand Chariot. The magic circles burst to life before a chain of light darted from one circle to another. Kenpeka frowned before the magic circles suddenly each fired down a massive blast of light, Kenpeka being caught in the combined blast of the 7 beams. Mistogin didn't rest until the smoke vanished however, launching more blasts of light down as he darted around Kenpeka, trying to bombard him with as much magic as he could. Determined to finish it, Mistogin darted in, one fist drawn back before he aimed it straight at where Kenpeka was. He didn't expect Kenpeka's own hand to snap out and grab his, gripping it tightly as he stopped his motion completely. "Come on, is that really all you've got?" And here I had my hopes built back up. Swiping out with his other hand, Kenpeka blew all the smoke away as he slashed at Mistogin. Lightning Devil's Sword. Mistogin was sent flying back as Kenpeka released his grip, crashing to the ground as his meteor failed temporarily. He struggled back to his feet as flickers of lightning around his body caused brief bursts of pain, making it hard to even move. "Already haven't to break this out, am I?" muttered Mistogin as he pressed his right hand against his chest, his palm facing his heart. Light burst out from under his palm before he brought his hand back, the light within shaping into a disc. "Light make, disc. Light make magic," said Ichigo as his eyes widened in shock, watching from the audience. "He didn't say anything about that." "Nothing," said Laxus suspicious. "He didn't even mention it to you." "No. Perhaps he wanted to keep it a surprise." "Light make magic, huh?" muttered Kenpeka. "It feels like you've taken a step back here. I fail to see how that will fare better than your other magic." "You'll see," Mistogin simply responded as he threw the large disc. Kenpeka leaned to one side as it flew past before his eyes widened, Mistogin slamming a fist against him as he used the blind spot the disc had provided for moving. He quickly spun as he added a kick to his assault, his right hand coming up over his heart against before pulling back with another burst of light in its palm. The light quickly morphed into a large hammer which Mistogin swung down with. "Light make, hammer." Kenpeka blocked the attack with his arm, a burst of lightning then shattering the light all around him. Mistogin smirked though as he swiped to one side with his right hand, the light that was vanishing suddenly intensifying and reforming around Kenpeka's chains. "Light make, chains." It didn't slow Kenpeka down as he quickly shattered the chains with ease, shrugging of the blasts of light from Mistogin's heavenly body magic. Reaching out, he grabbed for Mistogin only for the man to fly out of his reach. Instead Kenpeka leapt after him, amplifying his power with magic as he shot upwards. His hand gripped the edge of Mistogin's suit before he used that small grip to throw his opponent back down to the ground. Not halting as well, Kenpeka dropped himself into a dive, a fist drawn back. Lightning Devil's crushing step. Mistogin barely rolled out of the way when Kenpeka's fist impacted next to him, shattering the very ground around them into a large crater. Mistogin quickly dodged Kenpeka's attempts to grab him as he took his light make stance once more, drawing out more light. Light make, cannon. A cannon of light formed by his side before bursts of light were rapidly fired at Kenpeka. As they impacted, Mistogin shaped them as well, forming a cage around Kenpeka. Light make, cage. With no time to waste, and knowing he only had a matter of seconds before Kenpeka broke the cage, he quickly darted all around the man, tracing out magic circles in the air. His estimates were completely off, Kenpeka breaking out before a second was even up, but he was fast enough to finish anyway. 5 magic circles appeared around Kenpeka, one at each direction he could escape in. Normally he would have created more but he didn't have the time to do so if he couldn't even trap Kenpeka for long enough with his light make magic. Solar Dance. Massive bursts of light shot out from each magic circle, exploding in a greater burst of light as they collided on Kenpeka. He only heard laughter however from within and, as the smoke and dust all cleared, Kenpeka stood them still no worse for wear than he was at the start of the match. "Come on already. All that magical power you have, that advanced magic you wield, surely you have something more impressive for me here." None of this was putting a scratch on the man, Mistogin could admit it. It looked like he'd have to resort to other means instead. 2 techniques to choose from. But which? It made sense to save one for the final day so that left only one choice, even if wasn't a technique he was very good at. Extending out with his index and middle fingers, Mistogin brought his hands downwards. Above them, clouds started gathering, forming a small cyclone in the sky above. His right hand then moved round in an arc before it was pointed at the cloudy sky, darkening it as more clouds were drawn into the mix. At the point where all the clouds were swirling around, a small speck of light shone before it rapidly started to grow bigger and bigger. It wasn't very big, however, only the size of a tenth of the arena, but it at least ensured that it wouldn't be able to harm anyone in the stands. One glance was all that was needed to know that it still wasn't perfect. The light was too bright. It was unstable, despite his best efforts. It always was. True heavenly body magic, Sema. Now that's more like it, shouted Kenpeki as the meteor of light began to fall. Without a trace of fear on his face, Kenpeki waited until the meteor had fallen far enough so that he could reach it before leaping upwards, a massive burst of lightning sparking off his right. As he was about to reach the meteor, his hand shot forward, hitting the surface. Lightning Devil's obliterating fist. The entire meteor shattered as lightning tore through the whole construct. Mistoggen was frozen himself in fear at such a sight. He knew that the attack was not perfect. He knew it was unstable. But even so, it was not weak. If anything, that instability could make it stronger so long as it managed to reach its target, which was not always the case when he fired it in practice over the years. To shatter it with such ease. Was this man even human? Not bad, said Kenpeki as he landed next to Mistoggen, the man still frozen in shock. I actually had to put a lot of my strength into that one. But I'm bored now if that's all you've got. With a swipe of his hand, lightning shot forward, catching Mistoggen even as he snapped out of his shock and activated Meteor to dodge. He found himself slowly down, however, despite his attempts to keep moving. It was almost like his body was resisting his own movements, and it only made it easier for Kenpeki to hit him with a large burst of lightning. Paralysis kicked in, Mistoggen freezing as lightning sparkled around and within his meteor spell. Kenpeki took his time walking up to him before drawing a fist back. It's only right to finish you off in one blow, right? Kenpeki's fist shot forward and slammed into Mistoggen's chest, the mage having all the wind knocked out of him as he was sent flying away, slamming down roughly on the ground when he finally landed and finding himself unable to get back up. That's the end, shouted out Chapati as Mistoggen failed to get back up. It's the end. Victory goes to Quattro Cerberus. Cheers burst out along the stadium, even as Kenpeki walked away and mages from Fairy Tail helped Mistoggen out of the arena and to their medical ward. With that, the fourth match of the day has been concluded. Let's take a look at the scores. As before, the large scoreboard appeared, displaying the updated scores from the day's events. First, Quattro Cerberus, 39p. Second, Sabertooth, 36p. Third, Fairy Tail B, 30p. Fourth, Lamia Scale, 27p. Fourth, Mermaid Heel, 27p. Sixth, Fairy Tail A, 26p. Seventh, Garu Knights, 18p. Eighth, Raven Tail, 11p. What a turnaround, stated Lahar as he observed the scores with amusement. It seems Fairy Tail has finally lost its initial lead. Their B team is down from first to third while their A team has gone from fourth to sixth. There are always incredible turnarounds in these games, responded Chapati happily. Why, look at Quattro Cerberus. They were 7th on the first day, 2nd on the second, and now 1st on the third day. Who could have seen this coming? Sabertooth as well has made sure to keep up, making up for their weaker than expected start. Raventail remains in last place, however, muttered Ryukin, few being able to pick up the suspicion in his voice as he glanced at the team in the distance. Why, they weren't even able to gain a single point today. It's like they weren't even trying. Come on now, argued Lahar. They may be the surprise to turn it all around come tomorrow or the day after. You can't underestimate the underdog. Quattro Cerberus is showing us that right now anyway. The thing about dogs, however, is that they will sometimes bite you. Well everyone, that's all we have for you today, said Chapati as he closed off the day's events, trying to distract everyone from Ryukin's words. We look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow. Until then, farewell. The third day of the Grand Magic Games is over. Protector of the Fairies. The third night. Hey, said Levi as she joined Nozomi by the window. You okay? You've been standing here for 2 hours now. Nozomi didn't turn away as she answered. I'm fine. I'm just waiting for the prince to return. Ichigo went out again, didn't he? Levi shook her head in frustration. He just doesn't listen, does he? I swear, you're too good for him. What do you mean? I mean, stated Levi in annoyance, that he's got you waiting here at this beck and call. To not get annoyed at it too, you have more patience than I have, I'll tell you that. Where the hell has he gone tonight? He really shouldn't be doing this so frequently. He'll be here shortly. I can feel it. Hopefully you're right. Levi sighed. What's up with him and Miss Doggin anyway? I mean, they seem to act normally around one another, but there are times where Miss Doggin acts, well, out of character, I'll say, or at least out of character considering he's with Ichigo. He's far more defiant than I remember him being, not that it's a bad thing, but it seems odd in comparison to how he acted on Tenro Island. Miss Doggin is simply annoyed at the current situation. He will always obey the prince's orders to the letter, however, no matter what. That's not what I was worried about, but whatever. How is he doing anyway? That Kenpei Kazaraki was ridiculously strong from what I could see. What did you think? Nozomi frowned. He was strong, there is no doubt about that. His magical power was like a bottomless pit. I've rarely sensed such strong magic from anyone. Ichigo is one such example, and Guild Arts could be considered to be another. He's a devil slayer too. I mean, I knew they could exist, but I never assumed I'd ever see one. Then again, dragon slayers are meant to be equally as rare, and our guild has 3. 4 if we count Laxus. Lamia Scale and Sabertooth each have a god slayer too, responded Nozomi, lost in thought. A trinity of magic is here. A dragon slayer, a god slayer, and finally a devil slayer, all who use the element of lightning. I wonder if those pieces could ever fit together like a puzzle and form something else. Something else. Ah, said Nozomi suddenly as she turned towards Levi, realizing she had spoken out loud. Ignore that. Just a random speculation of mine. Her head suddenly snapped back to the window as she sensed a familiar sensation. Not waiting to give an explanation, Nozomi pulled open the window before leaping out of it. Levi watched in amusement, and Nozomi rushed excitedly over to Ichigo before a hint of suspicious broke into her thoughts. Were they in a relationship or something? It seemed far too quick to have suddenly happened, but you never knew. Still, Nozomi was far too excited to see Ichigo after only a few hours. It wasn't her business anyway. She turned away, just in time to catch a glimpse of Miss Doggin hurrying down the stairs and rushing towards Ichigo as well. What the hell was that man doing? He was meant to be resting, and now he had suddenly done a 180 in his reaction to Ichigo too. It was probably nothing, but, even so, she was suspicious. Using her senses, she latched onto the magic Ichigo had, not being able to see anything different about it compared to earlier. He didn't look any different either. His magic was a bit wilder though, but he had been getting restless to join in the battles, so that wasn't anything to be alarmed about. So distracted, she didn't even notice Ichigo sneak up on her, placing a hand on her head with a cheerful smile plastered across his face. Hey Levi, what you doing? Levi glanced upwards at him, confused at the suddenly tone he was taking. As if sensing some of her discomfort, Ichigo made himself scowl. What? Going to ignore me, are you? She couldn't help it. She laughed. Maybe it was the fact he was trying to look so serious and annoyed when he wasn't, or maybe it was the fact she was worrying about nothing. No, she finally said. If you have to know, I was talking to Nozomi. You had her waiting by the window for you to return for 2 hours. 2 hours? You can't make a girl wait like that, Ichigo. It's bad manners. Hey, don't blame me, said Ichigo, gesturing at Nozomi standing by his side. She does her own thing. Can't help it if she decides to act strangely. Sir, interrupted Miss Doggin. It's late. You probably should get some rest for tomorrow. While we don't know what the first round will be, the second part has been announced as a double battle, and you are almost guaranteed to be sent out. It's amazing that you weren't sent out yet already. They always save the best for last, said Ichigo in amusement, Levi sighing at his antics. Have no fear, Ichigo Kurosaka will not lose tomorrow. You're a lot more confident about saying that now. Ichigo frowned at her. Your name, I mean. Ah. Ichigo scratched his chin in embarrassment. Guess I am. Maybe it's because I was finally able to accept everything you know. It's just so exhilarating though to say it. I'd love to say I should have started earlier, but then I might not have experienced the pain that I needed to grow. So the next step is to finally go see your family, right? Ichigo paused, a hint of nervousness crossing his face. I'll do it soon. It'll be hard though. What do you say to people you didn't see for most of your life? And what do you say when you know the whole reason you didn't see them was because of your own stupidity? I'm sure you'll manage. Just Levi was cut off as the door slammed open, an exhausted Kisuke standing angrily in the door, clutching his cane in one hand. Ah. Ichigo backed away from the door nervously. Now Kisuke, just listen for a minute. 3 months, snarled Kisuke. 3 goddamn months I've been trying to track you down, and when you finally show up you don't even send a note or anything. No, you just go and join the biggest publicity tournament in the entire country. I meant to say something. But I thought you'd probably stop me doing what I needed to do. That or might manipulate me. You think I would have? Well, maybe not consciously, but you always were good at getting people to do what you wanted. And I needed to do something myself and know it was my own choice. I needed to know I made it there myself. Kisuke sighed before walking forward, grabbing Ichigo back the back of his Shiakushou. Come on, we'll talk more upstairs. I assume you already have a room here. Yeah, but Perfect. I'll stay there for the rest of these games. It can be your punishment for leaving me without warning. Levi watched as Kisuke dragged Ichigo off upstairs before she noticed Mistagen and Nozomi quickly rushing after him. It's suspicious, right? Levi almost jumped out of her skin, turning quickly to see Makarov standing behind her. Kisuke, the man who always staying out of sight, is now here in the biggest event of the year. He certainly could have waited to find Ichigo another time or after this was all over, and yet he came right here, and probably had to sneak past a blockade or a lot of patrols to do so. I'm sure it's nothing, Master. Levi frowned. You better not be misjudging Ichigo again because of this. You are never going to let that go, are you? Levi shook her head, causing Makarov to sigh. It matters little here anyway, because this time my suspicion actually has merit. Even you, one of his closest friends, is suspicious of where he has been going at night. This isn't the time to be exploring, and yet he leaves anyway, for hours most of the time. I'm sure it's nothing. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Makarov sighed again when he got no answer. Well, I won't make the same mistakes I did last time anyway. I'm merely worried for his sake right now. Whatever he is planning, if it anything, I just hope he isn't getting in over his head. If he has an obvious weakness, then it is undoubtedly his self-sacrifice. He'll keep us all in the dark until the end if we could get hurt being caught up in it. I hope you're wrong. So do I, Levi. So do I. Protector of the fairies. And then Natsu fell over into a table and crushed Urza's strawberry cake. It was so scary, the look on her face, but it was also pretty funny to watch Natsu running out so terrified. You've had a lot of fun, haven't you? Said Nobara, letting his little granddaughter lean against him happily. I'm happy for you, Wendy. Wendy gave him a beaming smile before she looked towards the staff resting on the floor beside the two of them, the lacrima glowing brightly. You never answered how you are able to be here. I didn't, did I? Nobara chuckled. Well, I couldn't before. I didn't want to make anyone think you were speaking to no one, even if they might understand what you were doing. Tell me, did you tell anyone about me while I was resting? Wendy shook her head quickly. I was going to. But You wanted me all to yourself first. Wendy blushed as she hit her head, nodding at the same time. I missed you. It wasn't lonely, but there were times I just wished I could see you. In dangerous times especially, but it always went away, like you were there by me. Because I was. So long as you hold my lacrima, I will always be by your side. I remember a particularly annoying individual who tried to mess with your memories by entering your mind. I dealt with him. I also noticed someone trying to steal away your magic, so once again I interfered. I severed the link. So I was right, exclaimed Wendy, clapping her hands together in delight. I thought it might have been you, but I wasn't sure. It was just a feeling. She paused as she looked at him. I don't understand though. Why can I only see you now? Why can I only hear you now? Because you are only now strong enough to manifest me in such a form, and even then only for a short period of time. When your second origin was unlocked, I may have siphoned a lot of the growth you gained from it and sent it towards me in order to allow this future contact. I'm sure you've noticed yourself getting tired as well. Wendy nodded. That's because I'm using your magic to hold this form together. It's not as exhausting as it was when I had a physical form, it never is making myself an illusionary body, but I do drain some magic from you constantly, even in my inactive state. A physical form. Wendy poked Nabara. But you're different, Wendy. Like all sky magic users, you have the blessing of magic. As I said before, this is my illusionary form. I can interact with you in this form, and you can see me, just like you were able to see Mavis. You know Mavis? Nabara laughed. Of course. I was there with you to see her with Ichigo at Tenro Island. If I had manifested then, I'm sure she would have been shooting me dark looks. She always was jealous when it came to those she considers hers, or at least from what I remember about her. Pausing, Nabara glanced at the lacrima he was housed within. I'm sure Ichigo saw me in the fight today, though I didn't see him anyway. I would be wary. Some people may have recognized the spell I used. What was it? Wendy asked. It wasn't Nirvana. Of course it wasn't. Don't take this the wrong way, Wendy, but you don't have nearly enough magical power to use that spell yet, and even then it would probably drain you of every last drop. What you used today was the foundations of that spell. Displacement. At my core, that is what I am. A magic that moves something from one place to another. I split that wind around you by moving it further to the sides. What came down the middle instead was pushed to the left and right. It was incredible. Praised Wendy, hugging Nabara tightly. We didn't win, but we drew at least. That's something, right? Of course it is. I'm proud of you, Wendy. Wendy smiled once more before halting, glancing towards the door in confusion. Was that Ichigo? Muttered Nabara. I can sense him now. He's completed his magic. Huh. Don't worry, it's not important for you to know. I'm sure you'll see a demonstration of it all soon enough. Nabara winced as he sensed the other presence on Ichigo. And of course she's there too. That pesky little . Watch what you saw, Nabara, said Mavis as she phased through the door. We have a child listening after all. Looking at the blonde-haired girl, Wendy noticed Mavis looking at her in interest. A very perceptive child. How have you been? It's been, what? 100 years. There or about. I heard about you finally getting to rest. So the casing of Nirvana was finally broken. Mavis looked down at the lacrima on the top of Wendy's staff. And there's your core too. You've made a temporarily link with Wendy here, haven't you? You do realize that it won't be the same. She's still only a sky magic user in the end, even if she can be considered a single step away from being a Nukin. I know, but I've decided I want to protect my granddaughter above all else. I'll stay by her side for as long as she wants me to, or for as long as she needs me to. Mavis shrugged, turning around as she moved to phase back through the door. Nabara called out to her again quickly, catching her right before she was gone. I'm happy for you, Mavis. Mavis paused as she tilted her head back round to face him. You're not alone anymore, right? Nope, said Mavis, a wide smile across her face. I'm not. And it's incredible. Every single day is. I'm glad. Nabara watched as Mavis quickly left, most likely heading back to Ichigo's side once more. He glanced towards Wendy, who had been listening carefully, and yet also looked exhausted. I think it's time for you to go to bed. What? But I want to talk with you some more. There's so much more I want to say. You can relax, Wendy. I'm not vanishing for another few months or longer again. You have enough magic being siphoned to me that I can easily restock my internal reserves to a helpful level. I'll teach you to draw out that power yourself later on so you can use me more freely. For now, sleep. If you try and maintain me for any longer, you'll going to just collapse. But if you're like Mavis and she's by Ichigo's side at all times in this kind of form dash. Ichigo has so much magic that the amount needed to hold her form together is almost nothing to him. He actually regains magic faster than the amount that Mavis takes to maintain her form. You are 12 meanwhile. For now, rest. You can keep me around longer when you are stronger if that is your wish. Wendy pouted before complying, Nabara vanishing as the magic used to hold his form together broke apart. Immediately she felt weak as she tried to stand, swaying before she managed to grip the bedpost to hold herself upright. Maybe Nabara was right, she thought. Rest would do her some good. She could speak to Nabara whenever she wanted now. Even with the threat hanging over the guild, life still seemed good. Protector of the fairies. Kisuke frowned as he crossed his arms. So that's where you've been all this time. I know what you're thinking, muttered Ichigo in embarrassment. It's a fantasy. It's so ridiculously impossible that dash. I don't need you to put words in my mouth, Ichigo. Kisuke sighed. It seems my theory needs a bit of expansion. Huh. My theory. I devised it long ago, before you were even born. Kisuke glanced towards Mistogen and Nozomi. Are you sure they should be here for this? I trust them to keep quiet about whatever they hear. And not Laxus and Levi. Ichigo frowned. I trust them. But they would react to it depending on my well-being. Mistogen and Nozomi are in too deep anyway. No point leaving them out of the loop here after all the assistance they are providing me. And Shinji. I'll let him know tomorrow. Some stuff needs to stay hidden for tonight anyway. Alright then, replied Kisuke finally, having taken a long look at the two mages at the sides of the room, looking for any signs of deceit in their eyes. I guess I'll start back when I was working in the Magic Council. I started getting fascinated by these stories I found in old records. They were legends of old heroes, and of strange magic as well. Back then I wasn't the only one interested in these kind of things too. Juoshiro, Shunsui, Yoryuki, they all were curious about it all. So what happened? Did you all find anything? I'm getting there. Now Juoshiro and Shunsui slowly lost interest in the topic, but Yoryuki I couldn't help but keep searching. It intrigued us. Eventually, we wondered whether we could make one of these legends ourselves, to see how much truth there was to it all. Why not turn yourselves into the legends? Kisuke scoffed. I'm not an idiot. I knew from the start I could never become one of these people. They were said to have inhuman levels of power. I wouldn't even come close to them. Neither would Yoryuki. In the end, we decided to go down two different paths. Mine is as you know. It's you. I assume you mean about my status as a hybrid. Exactly. I believed that, by combining these three back into a pure form, it would create something of unimaginable strength. However, that thought only came to me after it was already done. Originally I was only interested in creating a Shinigami/Hollow hybrid. I wanted to fuse the two together and create a new type of magic. My plans changed to revolve around you when I saved your life because I knew you would be far stronger than anything else I'd ever see or create. What about Yoryuki then? What did she believe in? Unity. Not internally like yourself but externally. She believed a strong bond could be formed that would transcend that of anything internally. To do this she wanted to train people who would together claim that spot at the top of the world. We always disagreed on this though. After all, I always have believed a throne can only seat one. Karen and Yuzo, muttered Ichigo. She decided on those two, didn't she? You know. I had my suspicions. Nozomi spotted her on one of the days, meaning she must have had an interest in the competition. Then there is the fact she is close to my dad as well. Like you, she ended up choosing someone she knew in some way. Humans like familiarity. That's one way of putting it. But you aren't wrong. One a Shinigami, the other a Quincy. We always argued about this, you know. A Shinigami was needed, we always agreed on that, but the second key never could be agreed on. A Shinigami/Quincy hybrid falls apart and self-destructs, and that is if it even achieves some form of stabilization or acceptance. A Shinigami/Hollow hybrid is far more open and balanced at different levels of resonance. A Shinigami and a Quincy combination of mages, however, can easily work to one's advantage. But in the end you both missed a step, said Mavis, shocking everyone but Ichigo as she came into view to them all. Ichigo, I'm borrowing a bit more magic to take physical form. Do you mind? Ichigo gave her a wave of acknowledgement. Go ahead. Thanks. Mavis held out a hand, flickers of light appearing around it and seeming to dance. The key component you were probably missing from those stories is what you know Ichigo can now do. In fact, I'm sure you started to realize the truth ever since you watched him meet Wendy and hear the reasons to why she acted originally to him as she did. The key component you both missed was magic itself. Kisuke nodded. I'll admit, I never expected there to be a consciousness to any form of magic outside of Zanpakuto, and even then I could rationalize it to being a product of my mind. Then I heard what Wendy saw. Then I saw Nobara. I realized I had been wrong. But I got lucky, you could say too. I just so happened to put all my eggs in one basket, and then realized that basket was made of gold. You realize you may have yourself created the vessel you wanted, right? It is impossible to know whether or not it was Ichigo himself, whether it was his status as a hybrid, or whether it was some mixture of both that granted him magic's blessing. Either way, no one can stand at the top without this kind of power. The closest you can do is break through the wall separating the two, and then you'd realize the ones beyond that wall are already too far ahead to even see anymore. I have to ask though. Did Yuaki pick right too? Or was she wrong in the end like I was? Ichigo frowned as he shook his head. I don't know. I need to look closely enough to tell in case they are simply asleep like it was for me, but so far I'd say no. I'll make sure to keep any eye on them properly tomorrow, and Mavis can get close enough to them if necessary. Ichigo glanced towards Mavis. That's no problems for you, is it? None at all, said Mavis, giving him a thumbs up happily. Leave it to me. Good. Now then, Nozomi? Did you find that woman today? Nozomi shook her head sadly. I was hoping she'd show up but she didn't. I instead went back to the Eclipse Gate and tried to look around a bit more. Nothing else happened there, but I did feel like someone was following me at times. I left quickly, but I was sure I saw something in the shadows as I left. Almost like a pair of eyes. Be more careful in the future. At least nothing bad happened at least. Still, we need to find this woman. She knows where the other side of the Eclipse Gate leads to. And where does it lead to, Ichigo? Asked Kisuke, looking at Ichigo suspiciously. I don't know. You're lying. I told you, didn't I? You can't lie very well. So then, where does it lead to? Ichigo shook his head. I can't tell you. Can't? Or won't? Won't. I'm sorry, Kisuke, but can I ask you to just trust me here? Kisuke sighed before finally relenting. If you weren't my precious student, then I'd never consider this. I don't like being kept in the dark. I much prefer being able to hold all the cards, or at least know where they all are. Don't worry, you only have to put up with this for a little bit longer. Hang in there. Protector of the Fairies. Your Highness, protested Arcadios as he rushed after the princess. Please rethink this. The Eclipse Project has been this way for years now, all in preparation for this one moment. To change things now at such a sudden time, it's fool. Arcadios cut himself off, realizing he had been about to insult the princess. I mean I understand your concern, Arcadios, responded his wife simply, but my mind is made up. Father's plan, while a smart one, is not the right path that we must take. Please rethink this. The king My father is unaware of the changed circumstances, Arcadios. What he seeks is a change to what has occurred. I meanwhile seek a change to what is to occur. Tell me, which do you think is more righteous to pursue? Arcadios gritted his teeth. He knew his wife knew his answer, but he also knew she was ordering an answer out of him anyway, if just to make him more compliant. I would change what is to come. What is done is done. However You said your answer, Arcadios. You know what is more right. But with the king's plan, we can do both. Can we, Arcadios? His wife shook her head sadly. I've considered what I've been told for a long time now. Ever since that man appeared. Arcadios scowled. He remembered that man. He had appeared only a few days ago, right when the Grand Magic Games had about to begin once more. And, with his arrival, he brought a terrible warning of events he claimed to come. 10,000 dragons. 10,000 creatures forgotten in all but legends to most, and they were all on a course to Crocus. The great magical power held within the Eclipse Gate was said to be the only way to stop the assault, and yet he still held doubts about the claim. You should listen to your princess, came a voice from the shadows, a man stepping out of them as the shadows around him melted off his body. I gave you my warnings, and she seems to believe them. If you truly meant well, then you would go to the king. The man laughed. I'm not a fool. He'd never consider abandoning the original plan. Does he even know when Zeref gained his immortality? His entire plan may be for nothing if he guessed wrong. And, need I remind you, that Acknowledge was created through Zeref's interference. That's what we plan to avoid. Then you're a fool. The dragons of the past are gone because of Acknowledge. A threat he is, there is no doubt about that, but your original plan also risks threatening everything. If Acknowledge isn't there to slaughter over half the dragon population, then will their civil war ever end? Will the present be shifted to a wasteland like that of the future? All we have is your word of this, argued back Arcadios. And how much we can trust you is impossible to measure when based on speculation. Arcadios, please, said his wife, taking a position between the two. I have decided to trust this man. Why can't you too? Arcadios frowned, a hand resting on the hilt of his sword, but he made no more protests for the time being. That's better. Turning back to the man, his wife frowned herself. He has a point, you must realize. I believe you have some truth to what you claim, but some trust is still needed to believe you fully. I know what you are after, claimed the man. You want to know the outcome of an event, something you can use to verify my claims. Exactly. You were there during the Grand Magic Games when they were present for you. Tell me the outcome of a match from tomorrow. At this point even I do not know the matchups, so that two can be used for verification. The man bowed slightly, ticking Arcadios off in how mocking it seemed to be to his eyes. If that is what the princess commands, I shall oblige to her wishes. The fairies of one team shall fight against the cats of another. Dragon slayers against dragon slayers, the clash all will remember. Fairy Tail and Sabertooth, muttered Hiswai. That's not enough with just that. That kind of match can almost be expected. I can at least tell you the winner, said the man as he leaned towards the princess, whispering the answer into her ear and making eye contact with Arcadios behind her. He sent the man another mocking grin before pulling back, glancing at the princess to see if that was satisfactory to her. I see, muttered Hiswayan though. I suppose that makes sense in some ways, but then anyone could guess that. There's a 50 chance of you being right, so you could always risk it. What else? The man didn't seem annoyed in the slightest that she still held doubts. Hell's dogs should give an impressive show against a crowd favorite. The devil in human skin and the drunken falcon shall take on the immovable object and the Quincy library. Quattro Cerberus, I assume. With Kenpeka Zaraki and Batuchus Grow. Then we have Lamia Scale with Juranikis and Urayu Ishida? Why call him the Quincy library? I come from a time where he has already shown off his skill, far beyond what he will show tomorrow or even on the final day. And the outcome, of course. The man leaned back in and whispered the answer once more, making his wise eyes widen. I see. I didn't expect that. Neither did I. You can't forget the copycats with tails, taking on your own knights. The Masked Knight and the Blind Shinigami, both with horrible secrets that would make others squirm to learn them. And of course you'll adjust the field accordingly and try and chop off their heads. Kama and Yuasuk, muttered Hiswai. They were the two members of the Garu Knights that matched that description the most. And then Alexei and Kaname Tuan from Raven Tail. Correct. And the winner. Hiswai had already crossed some of the distance between the two before he moved, urgent to hear the answer. He smirked as he saw the frown still on Arcadios' face before he whispered the answer once more. And with that I should take my lead. I can't keep the princess out too late when she really should be sleeping. Wait. Called out Arcadios, ignoring his wise protests. You have left out one match. I have. The man tried to play it off, but Arcadios could see the nervousness on the man's face. It didn't seem right to be there for someone who had been assuring them he was telling the truth. I would normally, but I don't really think that info will help you. Oh really? Are you so unsure? How can we trust any of your claims? Hold on. The man said, raising his hands quickly as he noticed Arcadios starting to draw his blade. He could see the hint of distrust growing once more in the princess's head too, and he couldn't allow that. Not when he had already passed on a lot of information in the first place. Look, last time fairies fought mermaids. That is unlike to have changed, I'm sure of it. It's why I'm so confident about all the matches. And they will certainly have the twin duo of theirs trying to secure a win. Karen and Yuzo Kurosaki, said Hisui instantly. They are the obvious choice people would pick for Mermaid Heel's double battle. From Fairy Tale? Pressed Arcadios. Who do they send? Well, last time they sent their little illusionist for starters. Shinji Hirako. And their second was Toshiro Hitsugiya. With the younger Shinigami's weakened power, they ended up losing. The Kurosaki twins were too much for them and, from what I remember, Shinji Hirako never tried to release his Zanpakuto against the two. He only relied on his hollow powers, and that wasn't enough. Then why not say this straight away? Why are you scared? Come on, a big match such as this wants only the best. That's why some of the strongest are sent out by the audience. And, in one of the biggest events, who would you want to see from that team fighting? I'd want to see Ichigo Kurosaki probably, responded Arcadios honestly before freezing, realizing what he had said. Exactly. So? What did he do to not get sent out? Where did he run off to? No, you've got it all wrong. You're all trying to work out if he's planning something that you don't see the bigger picture. But I do. I came back from the future after all, and my memory of these events may not be as good as if it was yesterday, but I still remember enough. And I remember clearly who was there during those days. What are you trying to say? Asked Hisui suspiciously. Are you implying dash? I'm not implying. I'm sure of it here. I can't tell you who will fight tomorrow, but it will probably be Ichigo Kurosaki and Shinji Hirako. And the winner? I don't know. Because you have to understand, I didn't expect this to happen when I came back. Just spit it out already, demanded Arcadios. What is the problem? The problem, my dear knight, is that he wasn't there last time. From start to finish, Ichigo Kurosaki appeared not once. He isn't meant to appear in the world for another 6 months. That's impossible. Hisui shook her head rapidly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I wish I was. I've been watching him hoping it was all an illusion, but it's definitely him. He looks the same and has those same goddamn blades of his, yet to be soaked in blood. Hell, all he's missing is that cloak of his that makes him impossible to be sensed. But it is him, there is no doubt about that. The man took a step back into the shadows before he seemed to melt away into them. I'll come back here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Then you will be able to tell me your answer, princess. I just hope you make the right one. Protector of the fairies. And that is the rest of the day's events, explained Lahar, waiting for a response through the communication lacrima in front of him. On the other side of the line was the magic chairman, Grandoma, stroking his long beard in thought. Thank you for this info, Lahar. It will make the events in motion smoother. I am your humble servant, stated Lahar simply. Your will after all is the will of magic. You are the chairman after all. A straightforward answer as always. A short laugh escaped the chairman's lips. You're as amusing and faithful as always. I thank you for that, Lahar. Out of everyone, you are the one man I can trust the most. I'm unworthy of such praise, Lahar responded automatically, even if he was jumping around inside in excitement and pride. Now then, on to other matters. You say Asahine Kurosaki is still there? Yes, sir. I assume he has been avoiding communication. He has. Normally I wouldn't care too much in a situation like this, but it seems we will have no choice but to continue without him here. Shunsui has also been keeping quiet from my attempts of communication, and I fear he is perhaps going to do something similar to Byakuya Kukaki. Betrayal, snarled Lahar angrily. How could such an honorable man, with such loyalty dash? Ah, but there lies the key. He is loyal, but not to me. His is loyal to a shadow of the past. To a sick man who no longer rules. So all we have is two generals we can trust in. No, said Grandoma seriously. What I say to you now I say because of my trust in you. We lack a single general truly loyal to our cause. Lahar was speechless. He knew there was some discord, but for none to be loyal? Sir. What do you mean? They will fight with us, for a while, but I've known for a while that their loyalty seems divided. They will obey so long as it does not conflict with the orders of the puppet master behind them, pulling their strings. So we lack any trustworthy generals then. Lahar took a deep breath as he attempted to calm himself down. Can we still complete our objective? Can we win? I don't know, but if it comes down to it we still have weapons beyond the power of mortal men. If it comes to it, we may be forced to rain down magic from the heavens once more. Lahar knew instantly what that phrase meant, though he dared not say the name out loud. Etherian, the most powerful weapon at their disposal. To fire it meant a large-scale loss of life wherever it hit, and it was rare to ever be used. The last time had been during the Tower of Heaven incident. You understand the stacks, Lahar. Do not let me down. And remember, see through all deceptions. You must be able to spot them all, even in those you trust. I know, said Lahar, thinking back to his old friend Doran Bolt. I won't let you down. The chairman sighed as the communication cut off, leaning back against the back of his chair with a sigh. You already have, he muttered quietly to himself. You're my last scrap of hope, Lahar. Prove to me you're as smart as I believe you to be and notice before it's too late. Protector of the fairies. Are we there yet? A scruffy brown-haired man gave a yawn as he ignored his younger companion, walking as if he hadn't heard her. It was too much effort to answer such a repetitive question. Unfortunately he forgot that the young girl next to him had a habit of taking her anger out on him when he refused to respond, resulting in him clutching his leg a moment later when she kicked him in the shin. Listen when people are talking, you lazy bum. Yeah, muttered the older man, sighing as he rubbed his shin. It didn't lessen the pain, but it wouldn't be there for long anyway. He healed quickly enough as it was. Her noticed the girl shivering slightly before he took the large white traveling cloak he had been wearing and dumped it over here. Able to interpret the show of kindness being shown to her, the girl shoved the coat around her, even though it was far too big for her small form. Why is so cold out here anyway? I told you to wear warmer clothes, Lilynet, the man said grumpily. What you wear is thin enough as it is. Lilynet frowned, looking down at the shorts she was wearing along with the sleeveless t-shirt. Both were white with the edges black, another smaller black pattern running along her t-shirt. Her arms simply had matching arm warmers, but that wasn't nearly enough to help with the cold weather, and neither were the thigh-high boots, also in a matching fashion. What's wrong with what I wear? I always wear this stuff and I'm perfectly fine normally. It's warmer where we come from. You should have known that. Lilynet shrugged, a hand absently fiddling with a strand of her short light green hair. She eyed it in annoyance, upset that she couldn't arrange it into one of the more impressive styles that she had seen Tyr do for herself or her fraction. They always looked so pretty to her, but in the end there was nothing she could do. The helmet on her head prevented much being able to be done with her hair, one eye being covered as well by a section of the mask coming down at her left side. It didn't even look symmetrical either, with one horn being severed on the mask, and it had caused her to add on a flame design over the covered eye. Her lone visible pink eye glanced back towards her older companion before she asked the same question she had asked many times before. Are we there yet, Starkey? Coyote Starkey let out another sigh, knowing he'd have to answer the question this time or she'd try and hurt him again. It was hard dealing with the annoying child at times, but it wasn't like he would ever leave her behind. He didn't even like letting her outside of his sight back at their home. Pulling a gloved hand out of one of his pockets, he pointed towards Crocus in the distance, not too far from them. Look, it's right there. Just be quiet and wait. But why do we need to walk so slowly? Complained Lilynet, throwing a wild swing at him that he easily dodged this time. Can't we just, I don't know, use Sandio? That will alert everyone to our presence and put them all on guard. Right now we don't want to cause any trouble if we can help it. I suppose. Lilynet kicked a rock on the ground, watching it bounce ahead of her to try and ease her boredom. There's just nothing to do though. Hey, can we play a game or something? Sure. Who can be quiet the longest? 3, 2 dash. Hey. You just want me to shut up. Isn't that right? Come on, let's play the game. Screw you. No way I'm going to fall for that. Stark sighed, giving in to the fact this would be as annoying as he suspected. At least it wasn't too far now. Hopefully there would be no. Stark? Who are they? Stark swallowed the urge to swear. It would be too much effort. Approaching them looked to be members of Crocus's armed forces if the symbol they carried was anything to go by. And, from the look of it, they wouldn't be able to pass undetected. They had already been spotted. Let me do the talking, Stark muttered, Lilynet not protesting for once. Putting himself between the soldiers and Lilynet, Stark kept walking, Lilynet almost hiding behind him as she put on her nervous child act. Halt! Stated one of the men, Stark quickly obeying despite the fact he knew he could get past this man easily. State your business here. We're here to see the Grand Magic Games, stated Stark. Technically it wasn't a lie. Aren't you a bit late? The third day is already over. Stark shrugged, yawning unintentionally, but it did save having to fake being tired. We ran into some trouble before we could leave. He gestured behind him at Lilynet, the girl doing a good job of acting nervously by hiding behind his legs. Her mother fell ill before we could leave and I didn't want to leave until I was sure she was okay. She told us to go on ahead but I didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone so we had to wait for a relative to come up quickly. It takes Gramps ages, muttered Lilynet quietly, sticking her head out a bit more as if she was trying to be braver. Stark had to give the girl credit. She was a good actor when she wanted to be. He's really old. I mean his beard is like. Lilynet scrunched up her forehead before extending her hands out in emphasis. Like this big. That means he's really old. She looked up towards Stark, putting her best innocent face on. Right, Daddy. I wouldn't let your grandfather hear that, Lilynet, Stark gently replied, acting as if he was trying to be stern but not doing a good job of it. He doesn't like to be reminded of his age. Lilynet nodded eagerly. Right. She suddenly turned her head towards the others before she pulled back behind Stark's legs. Stark made a show of sighing before shooting the soldiers an apologetic look. I'm sorry about her. She's a bit shy around strangers. It's not a problem, said the soldier in front of him, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. My little girl's the same. Is a ball of energy at home but take one step outside and she's hiding behind me or her mother. I'm sure she'll come to terms with it. Stark made a show of pulling his jacket tighter around him, the soldiers noticing before eyeing Lilynet with a coat far larger than her. Almost instantly the men realized it was his and he had given it to his daughter to keep her warm, even if he himself was cold. It was so easy to fool humans sometimes. Just little gestures like that could pull at their heartstrings so easily. If there isn't any problems, you mind if we keep heading towards Crocus? It's far colder tonight than we anticipated. Sure. The soldier stopped himself as he spotted the sword at Stark's waist, held there by a large black sash around his waist. What's that for? This. Stark scratched his chin, his hand brushing against the faded goatee. Well, you never know what to expect when traveling. One of my friends loves traveling and he tells me all these horror stories he's heard too. Makes me a bit nervous at times and I found having this sword deters the average bandit away. I don't ever have much on me and being armed makes me less likely to be attacked. It's just not worth the hassle. Stark leaned in as he brought one hand to the side of his mouth. Don't let them know I barely know how to use the thing though, he whispered, a faint trace of amusement in his voice fueled by how easy it was to trick the humans in front of him. I'll be in a load of trouble then. I see, said the soldier, relief in his voice at realizing the man in front of him was no threat. He spotted a fanged bottom jaw around Stark's neck, looking at it questioningly. That's cool. You buy that? Oh, this. Stark gestured at the bone-white mask before shaking his head. I think one of my ancestors killed something years ago and decided to keep the skull as a trophy. Never did find out what happened to the rest of it, mind you. It's cool, right? Asked Lilynette, sticking her head out once again as she pointed at her own. Mine's cooler though. Gramps made it for me. Said the soldier kindly, Lilynette sending him a beaming smile that he never noticed was fake. Sorry for wasting your time tonight. You can never be too careful, you know, especially with all the dark guilds that came here to participate. Dark guilds? Is that right? Stark shook his head in fake frustration. Such a mess that's probably occurred. I thank you all for doing your job at least. I'll feel safer knowing they aren't anywhere near my family. Rest assured, we've kept up the perimeter, and I believe the Magic Council has caught the majority of the dark guilds. Fairy Tail is still in the city, mind you though, and I'm just hoping nothing bad happens. We legally can't act until the games end because of His Highness. I'm sure it'll all turn out for the best, stated Stark simply as he began to pass the group. It wasn't till they were once more out of sight did Lilynette stop her act, letting out a loud sigh as she moved to his side. Finally. It's such a pain to act so timid. Agreed. It's hard to pretend you're all cute and innocent too. Hey, I'm cute, aren't I? Tyr said I was. Yeah, just let me have some peace and quiet for a while. I just want to go to sleep. You better be awake tomorrow, Lilynette stated. Tomorrow or the day after, Ichigo Kurosaka's going to be fighting, right? Yeah. Remember our mission. We are to observe his match and report back. Is there really a need for this anyway? What's the point of it? You heard of what happened to Loli and Mainoli, right? I did, muttered Lilynette sadly. They're dead. I liked Mainoli at times, though Loli was a real bitch. I'm not as upset about her. The one who killed them was Ichigo Kurosaka. We have orders to determine his strength, and to try and identify how he was able to move between the two places so quickly, considering the timing of the incident and the time he appeared in the Grand Magic Games today. You don't think dash? I don't know, Lilynette, said Stark as they drew closer and closer to Crocus. We'll have to wait and see. Protector of the Fairies. Doran Bold fiddled with the knife in his hands, flickering it around with practiced ease before sending it flying at the target in front of him. It sunk straight into the barrel dead center, raising his spirits only temporarily before they vanished once more. He didn't bother walking to get the knife back, teleporting over instead and pulling it free. A moment later and he was at another side of the room, flicking the knife forward in practiced fashion. He watched it spin before he teleported again into the knife's path, grabbing it by the hilt in midair before spinning it back around his hand with his fingers. He sighed, stopping the knife and sheathing it in a small sheath hidden under his sleeve. He remembered this knife. He had actually gone back to get it, and it had somehow still being lying there after all those years. Of course the island itself had been locked away for 7 years, but it still was strange to hold the blade in his hands as he was. The same blade that he had tried to use 7 years ago to take that monster's life. Resting down on a chair, he sighed again, leaning back and looking up at the ceiling. This base was all his now. Fairy Tail had gone, and was currently at the Grand Magic Games. It had been enjoyable to watch on the portable lacrima he had nicked, and for some strange reason he couldn't help but wish to have joined them. Absently he rubbed his right shoulder with his left hand as he lost himself in the silence. It was so quiet now. He shouldn't miss it. He shouldn't miss them. And yet he did. He missed waking up late some mornings and being teased for it by Miss Doggin. He missed the strange attitude Nozomi had to people and how she softened around them alone. He missed them, even if they had been loyal to the one man he couldn't stand to be near. Hell, he even missed Fairy Tail. Those brief few days while they had been with him, those brief days when he had been messed too, they all couldn't leave him as much as he wanted them to. Despite the somber tone, the excitement of being together had caused them to regain their usual cheerful attitude. He should have been annoyed at the noise they made, even when trying to be quiet, and yet now he wished it was here rather than having to face this endless silence. He looked over at the table nearby, seeing the small object Makarov had given him before he had left. It was meant to be a communication lacrima, keyed into a very specific frequency. He did wonder whether or not that was really Makarov's or whether he had nicked two from the supply cupboard, hooked them up to one another, and then left one here for him. He didn't get that man. When he had been taking everyone to the hideout, and had admitted to everyone what he did on Tenro Island, Makarov had jumped to his aid quickly, even going as far as to help convince everyone else to let go of any hatred they might have towards him. And then there had been their conversation before Makarov had left. He had asked if he wanted to come with them. He had asked if he had finally had enough of his time away from his family. Family? Did Makarov know him? For some reason he felt like he should know the meaning behind those words, and yet it evaded him at every turn. He wished he knew what to do, but here he was finally alone and there was nothing he wanted more than to be back with the others. A slight beeping sounded and he recognized it immediately as the lacrima. Someone was trying to make contact with him. Teleporting over, he flicked the button to make the connection and watched as Makarov's face filled the screen, the master's eyes slightly widening in surprise. "I see you answered," stated Makarov. It seemed the old man hadn't expected him to actually do so. "I was wondering if you wouldn't mind trying to join us in Crocus. There's some things that need to be discussed and planned for, and I would really like your assistance, Doran Bolt. It'll take me a while to get there, you do realize. My magic isn't like Nozomi's. I can't just teleport from one side of Fiori to the other on a whim. Well, not really a whim, it still takes a varying amount of time, but you get what I mean. Please. You don't have to, but I would really like it if you could lend us your aid once again. I know this may be a lot to ask Dash." "I never said I wouldn't do it," said Doran Bolt, cutting Makarov off. "It's a long distance but it's doable. It's late though. I can teleport quite far with a single jump, so long as I know where to go to, but I do need time. Maybe 2 hours max. Probably much less, but I do like to take rest breaks on such large jumps. There's no need to rush here by tonight. Tomorrow. You should be able to track me by my magic once you get close enough, or failing that you can use Ichigo's own magic as a beacon. I'll have Byakuya and Mirti there too. Where are those two rebels anyway?" "Out. They've been trying to discover info in the city to the mysterious magical power that you've all sensed over the years. They said they had a lead, but they need to check it out tonight and tomorrow to be sure. Why not just ask Nozomi for help?" asked Doran Bolt with a frown. "She's good at getting into places. Better than me sometimes." Makarov was oddly silent, Doran Bolt picking up on it quickly. "You don't trust her to. She has her own agenda here. And that agenda dash revolves around whatever your pet monster ordered her to do," muttered Doran Bolt. "I see why you want me there then. Don't worry, I'll be there. Might even get to catch the matches. Be careful, Doran Bolt. Don't do anything that will get you caught." "Don't worry. I won't." Doran Bolt hit the switch on the lacrima and the connection cut off. He glanced at the time before teleporting back to his room for the time being. Sleep first. And the moment dawn hit, he'd teleport towards Crocus. He just hoped it wasn't too serious there. He had a bad vibe for some reason. Protector of the Fairies. Clash of Dragons. Mistoggen stretched his muscles as the ground settled, preparing for the fight to come. To be honest, he was still sore after his fight against Kenpeka the previous day, but there was no way out of it. He had wanted to redeem himself because of his loss, and what better way than to take part in the first round of the day's events. If their theory was right anyway, then Ichigo would be fighting later on, and they were unlikely to be against anyone they had already fought. That removed Sabretooth, Quattro Cerberus, and the Geru Knights from the equation. Out of the remaining choices, it could be either Lamia Scale, Raven Tail, Mermaid Heel, or the other Fairy Tail team. If it came down to fighting against themselves, they'd win. He was sure of it, and he didn't think for a second Ichigo would lose against any of them. Raven Tail, while definitely having Kaname as a threat, still probably wouldn't be enough in his eyes. Lamia Scale was a more obvious choice for the battles. Both Jura and Ichigo were wizard saints, even if Ichigo may have lost that title now. Add in Uryu Ishida and perhaps Shinji and you'd have a good match for the audience. The other choice though was a questionable one in terms of their victory. Mermaid Heel. With a double battle, he had a feeling they'd go for Ichigo's sisters. If they did that, Ichigo was almost guaranteed to be selected. Why wouldn't the audience want to see a clash of people from that family? They all were strong, but could Ichigo win against them? His strength wasn't the issue. It was his resolve. Could he bring himself to fight them? He had a feeling such a match was coming, however. The guest announcer of the day was Ishine Kurosaki. It felt almost like they were trying to draw all the Kurosaki together for the biggest show they could put on, and it seemed like the man knew it too. It showed in those brief moments where he simply sat back quietly, a contemplating look across his face. In the end there was nothing they could do if it came to it. For now he'd have to try and snatch as many points as he could. The arena around them had been raised off the ground, consisting of a large dirt surface with uneven bumps and drops. Around it he could see a faint barrier of sorts, almost transparent in the air. He could tell it would be harder to spot once the competition got underway. Terrain battle, the referee had called this match. The barrier was meant to stop anyone with the ability to stay in the air indefinitely from going too far out of the range of those on the ground. In the end it seemed it wasn't needed as much as they probably expected. Out of all the contestants, only he had that power. The rules were simple. Those who got knocked off, or left the boundaries of the barrier, were eliminated. It would continue for 5 minutes or until only one remained standing. That potentially meant multiple people could win first place here, unlike any of the other rounds. He glanced over to another corner of the battlefield, spotting Wendy. She noticed him staring before giving him a quick wave, her attention moving back to the girl opposite her. Kelia was staring at Wendy with an intense look, her gaze not wavering for anything. He didn't know if it was a good or a bad thing that Kelia had gained an obsession of sorts with Wendy. Maybe it was her loss? Perhaps she was trying to win this as revenge? Still, it was funny to see that she had gained her own rival of sorts. Moving his gaze onwards, he was glad to see Kenpeki wasn't there from Quattro Cerberus. They had chosen after he had been selected, however, and he supposed that might have put Kenpeki off. The man didn't strike him as the kind who enjoyed fighting enemies he deemed weaker than himself. Instead they had sent Rocker, and he was sure the man would be an easy target. Raventail had Obra. The man had put on a very weak showing when he had appeared on the second day. The fight had been too one-sided, and not one shred of magic had been used by him the entire match. All he had done was dodge, and clumsily at that too. Then you had Kagura. She was one to be careful of. A skilled user of gravity magic, along with being able to inflict damage with a sheathed blade, she was not one to take lightly, especially with the dark look she had as she faced him. Like Kelia's eyes had not left Wendy, neither had this woman's eyes left him. Rogue was there from Sabretooth, standing back in a shadowy area of the arena. He seemed relaxed, patiently waiting for the match to begin. Finally you had the mage from the Garu Knights, Yuasuk, who seemed to have more interest in a pond of water in front of him, so much so that he even had a fishing rod out. Mist Ogden glanced at the water suspiciously. That hadn't been there when the arena appeared. Had Yuasuk added it in the past minute? Or had he done something else? The Garu Knights so far had chosen their mages very specifically. Kama in the first round had been a natural at spotting the fakes, with just the slightest difference from the clones giving them away. Cosmos meanwhile had been fast at keeping up for the most part during the second day, even if her score wasn't too high. The third day had resulted in an almost loss for them, but then the original task did come to mind when he considered it more. It was possible she would have done far better in something that wasn't based on raw power in one strike. They had inside information. There was no way around it. They had to have been informed to some degree of the tasks if the mages they chose for each round were this suited for them. Going along that train of thought, Yuasuk had to have some advantage here that he was going to exploit. Something that would allow him victory. He heard the cry for the match to begin and immediately rushed forward, Meteor activating before anyone else could react. In an instant he reached Rocker and sent him flying out of the arena with a sharp punch, immediately spinning around to lock onto a new target. It appeared before him so suddenly like a demon, Kagura's eyes blazing were rage as she slashed down at him. Immediately he noticed a key difference. The blade was unsheathed. He could feel her desire to kill him in the air itself, gravity weighting down on him in her attempt to seal his movements. Jalal! Her scream sent a shiver down his spine. It had been years since anyone ever called him that name. He hated that name. Was it going to pursue him even now? Had he not escaped the past of that name yet? He saw Obra approaching from his left, Yuasuk doing the same from his right. Ah! So that was the goal the others had. Neutralize him now before he could do any more damage. He was the faster of them all, along with being able to fly with Meteor. They didn't want to leave him unchecked. Yuasuk waved his hands as the ground changed, becoming hot lava under his feet. His Meteor spell boosted him up instantly, but the Garu Knight's spell also had gotten Kagura caught up in it, and he couldn't help himself from grabbing her as the solace of her shoes started to burn away from the hot ground below. Obra backed off to dodge the lava too, eyeing him carefully as he darted away from the lava pit. His passenger, however, quickly realized what was happening and tried to slash at him. Her position made her swing go wild, however, and he quickly trapped her arm under his own. That didn't stop her from lunging forward with her head, her teeth biting down on his shoulder in an attempt to force him to let go. He did. The moment he did so, she swiped at him, a wave of gravity sending him flying back and out of the arena. It caught Wendy and Kelia in the blast too, both being accidentally caught in the wave and being propelled out faster than they expected as their breath attacks were redirected. He still went out first, however, followed by Kelia and then Wendy a fraction of a second later. He didn't expect for Kagura to leap out of the arena of her own free accord, however, lunging at him with her sword. She had lost it. She wasn't even caring for the outcome of the match, was she? She just wanted to kill him. He made to move, but it proved unnecessary in the end, Ichigo appearing and blocking her strike. His sister, Karen, was not far behind, grabbing Kagura from behind in an attempt to restrain her fellow mage. "Let me go, Karen. I won't let him escape. Damn it, Kagura." Karen shot a look towards her sister, Yuzu having already have arrived too. She gave him an apologetic look that also seemed to be accusing him of something. It seemed she probably knew of his past and didn't approve, but also didn't approve of Kagura's actions either. The two sisters barely managed to drag Kagura away, only able to stop her rampage through a mix of Kidu, it seemed. And something else too. A Quincy spell. "You okay, Miss Dogen?" Ichigo asked in concern. Miss Dogen nodded before glancing at where the others were. They didn't look like they seemed worried, but he could see the slight tension in their stances, Shinji not even bothering to hide his as his hand rested on his sword's hilt. They were all wary in case Kagura shot back out again. Turning his attention back to the match, Miss Dogen was just in time to see Obra get thrown out from a wave of water. It didn't seem to come from Yuasuk, but rather the landscape itself. Half of it had changed to an ocean of sorts. He could only see one mage left though. Where was Rogue? The same thought seemed to run through Yuasuk's mind as he quickly looked around. He was suddenly caught unaware, however, as Rogue shot up out of his shadow, catching him with a sharp right hook. It was followed up by a blast of energy as Rogue fired his breath attack, the energy seeming to consist of shadows itself. Victory was instant. He could already hear Chapati calling out the results and Ishine adding in his own comments. The first match was quickly announced straight after, and Miss Dogen found himself nodding at how obvious it should have been to him from the start. Fairies vs Cats, he found himself muttering as Rogue passed him, the man giving him a sharp glare at what he was calling his guild. A clash of dragon slayers. How fitting. At the far edge of the crowds, a cloaked figure leaned against the back wall, smirking as the first match's preparations began. Soon, the princess would see the exact outcomes he had predicted for the matches. Once she did, the future that was needed would be secured. Protector of the fairies. "I'm not too late, am I?" asked Kisuk, Yoryuki shaking her head absently without realizing. "No, the first match is dash," she froze, glancing towards the man settling down in the seat next to her. "Kisuk. It's been a while, Yoryuki. You look good, considering the whole 7-year gap." "It's shorter than the last time you vanished, Kisuk," Yoryuki muttered in annoyance. "This time though I actually thought you were dead." "I thought so too in the moment. Acknowledge is far beyond my strength and that of anyone's on the island." Maybe now we could put up a better fight, but back then it was tantamount to suicide. You never change, do you? Yuruki smiled, relaxing back in her seat despite the supposed dangerous individual next to her. He wouldn't hurt her, or at least not without giving a warning. They were far too good friends for him to do otherwise. How have you been? Tired? Chasing after Ichigo is not any easy job. He finally showed up when the Grand Magic Games began, and from there it was a mad rush to get here before he ended up disappearing again. Yuruki laughed. I did notice a severe shortage of Kisuke when I saw him appear. I was sure you'd be in his shadow somewhere or watching from the audience. Even if I couldn't sense you, you did have those cloaks of yours. Yuruki looked at Kisuke closely as she took in his casual wear, including the typical bucket hat he liked. You're still wearing that old thing. I like it, pouted Kisuke as he held it closely to himself. You can't destroy it. I only have so many of these hats on me at any one time, and I don't want to have to restock anytime soon if I can help it. Yuruki laughed again. I was right, you really haven't changed much. Well then, shall we take a bet here on who wins? I doubt it's this one you want to bet on, said Kisuke cryptically. You're waiting for a different one after all. On the field below, Natsu and Gajeel entered the arena, Sting and Rogue appearing at the other side. Natsu cracked his knuckles as they approached, Gajeel doing the same. These people in front of them were dragon slayers, and one used the power of shadows, it seemed. What did Sting use, however? What was his power? Well, Natsu, said Sting happily. It seems we're going to finally be able to find out which generation is better. The first? Or the third? Third. Gajeel frowned. What the hell is that meant to mean? We're going to show you, stated Rogue, shadows flicking around his hands. We'll show you both that we have surpassed you. If you can, started Natsu, then let's see it firsthand. It'll probably be fun either way. Ready? Cried out Chapati in excitement, clutching the microphone with both hands. Begin. I'm first. Shouted Sting, lunging forward as while light gathering around his palm. Rogue was right behind him, preparing a swipe of shadows with his right hand. Natsu and Gajeel both lunged to meet them, deflecting the two attacks with a mix of flames and iron. Natsu quickly pushed Sting back, leading him away from Rogue as Gajeel did the same with his chosen enemy. They knew for certain these two probably had greater teamwork than they ever would. It was obvious in how they had been standing, ready to support the other. Their best chance at victory would be one-on-one. Having enough of being pressured, Sting slipped under one of Natsu's attacks before slamming his palm forward. White Dragon's Claw. Light blasted against Natsu and knocked him back, ripping part of his shirt away in the process. He came to a stop but found himself unable to move, a stigma of white light engraved into his skin. Rogue acted at the same time, launching a volley of shadow projectiles at Gajeel. Thinking fast, Gajeel extended his arm out and fired off a volley of his own, spears of iron being fired from his arm. It was slower to fire, but he could take out more at once with it. Rogue, however, slipped away into his own shadow in the distraction, the shadow sneaking around behind Gajeel before he lunged at him. Generating a blade of iron in his other hand, Gajeel swung round and deflected the mage, Rogue hitting the ground roughly before sinking back in, just in time for an iron spear to hit where he had been. Gajeel frowned as he blocked more incoming strikes from the Shadow Dragon Slayer. He was hitting the other guy, but he didn't seem to do any damage unless he was in a physical form. It seemed it was a lot like Laxus's lightning body then in that regard. He wouldn't be able to harm Rogue in that form unless he could become an element himself, hence limiting himself to waiting for Rogue to show himself first. At the very least, Rogue had to make himself physical too if he wanted to do any damage. The shadows only protected him while he was hiding, so at least it shared the same weakness that Laxus had in having to shift back to attack. Having quickly charged up an orb of light in his hand, Sting fired the blast at Natsu quickly. White Dragon's Holy Blast. White Dragon Slayer, huh? Stated Natsu from within the blast before it was suddenly split down the middle by a swarm of flames. What exactly is that anyway? Light magic. Sting smirked proudly. Don't compare it to light magic. White magic is the light that is holy and pure in the world. It's the light of justice. His smirk dropped as he noticed Natsu take a step forward, his eyes widening as he noticed the disappearance of the stigma. That should have remained for hours to days normally. Maybe only minutes considering how powerful his enemy was, or maybe even less, but it shouldn't have been broken this easily. Even Renji and Orga had to put a lot of effort into forcing it to snap, and when that happened he knew it had been broken. There had been no such warning with Natsu. Man, that stigma's a pain, stated Natsu, Sting realizing that Natsu had noticed why he was shocked. That light may be justice or whatever, but my flames don't care. They'll devour everything if necessary. He burned it away? The flames of a dragon slayer were able to burn away such a holy mark. Even if he had done that, why hadn't he noticed? Had the flames corrupted his own power when they burned it away? I see. He moved his foot to one side, acting as if he was bringing up a guard. In reality he was signaling Rogue, and he knew his friend had seen the signal. Immediately they both switched directions, Rogue rushing towards him in shadow form while he ran towards Gajeel. Where do you think you're going? Demanded Natsu angrily as he chased after Sting. You're my opponent here. We're switching, Rogue said as he lunged out of Natsu's shadow, catching him with a sharp right hook. He didn't bother trying to pull the same trick that he did last time he did this, knowing Natsu had already seen it. Instead he sunk back into the shadows and narrowly missed a large torrent of flames from Natsu's own breath attack. Can't beat Salamander, can you? Hi. It doesn't matter. We only need to win to prove our strength. White Dragon's Holy Blast. Gajeel swiped at the blast with his sword arm, Sting smirking in success as he rushed forward and got under Gajeel's cot. Gotcha, he muttered triumphantly as he pressed his palm forward. White Dragon's Claw. What? Gajeel found his body freezing up, unable to move. Sting didn't waste any time further, preparing his own breath attack. White Dragon's Dash. Fire Dragon's Roar. Flames shot towards them and Sting was forced to back away as they consumed Gajeel. He looked at Natsu in shock before he heard laughter from within the flames. These flames don't even hurt Salamander. Gajeel lunged out of the flames, his body covered in iron scales. But you got rid of that annoying stigma at least. Sting dodged the swing of a blade, frustration crossing his brow. His stigma would be ineffective against both Natsu and Gajeel, it seemed. Iron wasn't normally this much of a problem, but this wasn't normal iron. These were scales as hard as iron, scales that would resist his magic and made the subtle effect of his White Dragon's Claw ineffective. There was no way to get it past those scales unless he shattered them first, and a situation like that involved more power. Hey Rogue. Want to switch back? Rogue nodded as he dodged a wave of flames, sending back a wave of shadows to push Natsu back. Sting did the same with a blast of light and they quickly used the opportunity to regroup. Going back to back, they both smirked as energy started to generate around their bodies. With Rogue, his entire body seemed to have darkness spilling off him, cloaking around him like a shield. It sharpened around his hands and feet, making his fingers and toes more like claws. A tail of shadows extended down to the ground, continuing into his own shadow and vanishing. A pair of shadowy wings could be seen extending from the cloak of shadows as well, as black as night. For Sting, his form was similar, the tail however extending upwards rather than downwards, as if wanting to reach towards the light in the sky. His entire form seemed to become visible as he cloaked himself in the holy light while a few different stigmas started to engrave themselves into his body. Unlike Rogue, it seemed to lack the wings the other Slayer had too. Shadow Drive. White Drive. How fitting, muttered Natsu in amusement before immediately jumping backwards, barely dodging the sudden strike from Sting. That drive of his made the Dragon Slayer much faster than he anticipated. Was that the unique property it was enhancing here? But you aren't the only one able to use a drive. Fire Drive. Flames quickly gathered around Natsu and formed his flame cloak as he blocked another of Sting's sharp strikes. Sting quickly tried to back off as he noticed what Natsu had created before realizing a pair of flame limbs were extending after him. White Dragon's Wing Slash. Holy light cut through the flames and stopped their path, Natsu flying over them quickly in the distraction. With flames wrapping around his original arms, Natsu swung them down at Sting, shouting out, "Fire Dragon's Wing Attack!" Dodging, Sting leaped upwards, light gathering around both fists. He realized too late that Natsu had already planned for that, dodging as he wrapped his wings around himself. Natsu shot past before his tail grabbed Sting and pulled him down with him. Natsu suddenly turned in midair as his wings reopened, powerful beats of them sending him shooting back upwards toward Sting. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Sting took the attack head-on, using the momentary distraction as it hit to slice through the tail and escape the brunt of the attack. Wings of light extended from his back as he took to the skies too, both dragon slayers flying around and launching fast-paced attacks at one another. Down below, Gajeel felt another kick hit him in the back, swiping round too late once more to hit Rogue. The man before had been able to slip into shadows and move around as a shadow, but he had always only been able to do that on a flat surface. Now however he was become shadows in the air itself, flying all around him faster than he could keep up. It was honestly becoming a pain to deal with. Shadow Dragon's Crushing Fang. Rogue almost had Gajeel when he suddenly hit iron. It was different from the iron scales Gajeel had used before however. It was thicker and was slowly appearing all over Gajeel's body. He backed away as the transformation completed itself, Gajeel being encased in an armor of iron with a large tail at the back of him. A pair of iron wings extended of his back, Gajeel smirking at Rogue's stunned reaction. Iron Drive. I finally completed this damn thing. The wings took forever. It's hard to make them strong enough to support all this weight from the iron. With a few beats of the wings, Gajeel slowly rose upwards off the ground. Finally got them though. How interesting, muttered Kisuk as he observed the battle taking place. You know, I've done plenty of research on Dragon Slayer magic before, but the whole concept of a drive was never truly explored. Really? Asked Yoryuki interestedly. So is this not something all Dragon Slayers possess? I never saw it before, Natsu Dragneel. Then Gajeel Red Fox learned his own to compete, and now both Sting Eucliffe and Rogue Cheney have their own drive too. Fire Drive, Iron Drive, White Drive, Shadow Drive. All that is missing is Sky Drive, but I'll let Wendy off in this case considering her age. Who knows though? She may have one but didn't want to waste it against someone who could simply eat her own attacks if pressed enough. So? Perhaps this is simply a new step in this magic's evolution. We've discussed the idea that magic evolves over time. I mean, look at all the magic that has developed from splitting off from others. Molding magic was the creative aspect of normal magic taken to the extreme after all. I know. It's just curious that, out of all 4 drives we have seen, they all share similar characteristics. Look. Gesturing at the Dragon Slayers as they shot round, Kisuk drew Yoryuki's attention towards 2 key details. All 4 share a tail and a pair of wings, along with of course sharpened claws here, but the first 2 are more important. It is possible this is intentional somehow. Perhaps a result of something they experienced? Regardless, doesn't it feel to you right now like miniature dragons are fighting? Shadow Dragon's Roar. Gajeel swiftly dodged in the air, passing Natsu in the process. Natsu used the cover of his friend to prepare his own attack, aiming it at the incoming Rogue. Fire Dragon's Roar. Rogue was caught off guard as the flames rushed him, barely switching to shadows in time to dodge. Sting quickly tried to take advantage of the moment, launching his own strike. White Dragon's Roar. A beam of light shot from Sting's mouth, Natsu easily avoiding it and frowning. It was the smallest breath attack he had ever seen. Sting however turned his head towards Natsu as he moved, the beam bending and heading towards Natsu still. It would have hit if not for the timely interference from Gajeel, knocking Sting off guard with an armored fist before he smirked. Iron Dragon's Roar. Right as the attack was about to hit, an eruption of shadows shot between the two. As it cleared, Rogue and Sting stood side by side, both drawing energy again for another breath attack. Together. Right. Natsu and Gajeel acted quickly, matching the opponents as they prepared their own breath attacks once more. Fire Dragon's Dash. Iron Dragon's Dash. White Dragon's Dash. Shadow Dragon's Dash. Roar. They all shouted at once, all 4 blasts impacting against one another in a massive explosion. They were all forced to fly back in an effort to escape the colliding blasts, the radius expanding rapidly till it was almost a quarter of the size of the arena. All 4 Dragon Slayers took the chance to catch their breath, panting heavily as they tried to recover from the strain the battle was putting on them. "Incredible!" cried out Chapati as he observed the lingering energy from the attacks. "What a fight we're seeing! Neither side is giving any ground. Unbelievable!" "It truly is incredible," said Ishain, currently in one of his more serious modes. "I mean, we have been treated to quite an interesting spectacle. 4 dragon slayers, all roughly at equal power so far with no obvious type advantages whatsoever. Still, I feel like we haven't reached the end yet. Just look at them. Not a single one of them looks ready to back down." "Like hell we would back down," shouted Natsu towards Ishain. "He's right," said Gajeel with a smirk. "We have no intention of losing." "Neither do we," responded Sting instantly. Sharing a glance with Rogue, they both slowly lowered themselves to the ground. Their drives faded away as they landed, causing Natsu and Gajeel to pause from their positions in the sky. "You asked what we meant by a 3rd generation, didn't you, Gajeel?" asked Rogue. "We will show you exactly what we meant by that. A 1st generation dragon slayer is you two and the little girl," stated Sting. "You 3 were taught by dragons, and that is how you came to possess dragon slayer magic. The dragons themselves taught it to you. A 2nd generation dragon slayer example is Laxistriar," continued Rogue. "He gained his power through the use of a dragon-infused lacrima. His power comes from the remains of one long gone. Through that lacrima as well, he is able to harness the power of a dragon to achieve dragon force. However, it is incomplete. While powerful, it relies on that lacrima. You can only power so much Dragon Slayer magic at once with it, and it cannot reach the full potential of Dragon Slayer magic. Then you have us." Sting pressed a hand against his chest. "Rogue and I, we represent the ultimate form of these two. Taught by dragons, implanted with a dragon-infused lacrima, we possess the potential of a 1st generation and the power of a 2nd generation. In short," Rogue added as energy spiraled off the 2 mages, "we have surpassed you two with this Dragon Force." Black markings began appearing along Rogue's body, resembling tattoos of some kind. Darkness spiraled off the man as he looked towards Sting, a similar transformation having taken place with his friend. Sting had similar markings along his skin and face, these ones white rather than black. Both markings were designed to look a lot like scales, making them resemble dragons a bit more than before. White light covered Sting's whole form, different from the trails of darkness that surrounded Sting, and yet both Natsu and Gajeel could feel the power they both were wielding. "Dragon Force," muttered Natsu, remembering the time he had eaten Etherian and gained some form of power close to it. He knew from just looking, however, that this was stronger than that time and that he couldn't let his guard down. It had been why he had been able to beat Mistoggen back then, during that time when he had still been Jelal and had been their enemy. "Go Sting!" Sting recognized that voice. Lecter was cheering him on. He couldn't lose. Not in front of his friend. "I'll lead Rogue. Follow after like we practiced." Leaping upwards, Sting drew a massive quantity of energy towards his mouth as he aimed towards the 2 dragon slayers. White Dragon's Holy Breath. A massive burst of energy shot from Sting's mouth, creating an explosion of energy far wider than ever the combined impact of the 4 breath attacks from before. He miscalculated, however, as the radius of the attack was quickly expanding towards the audience itself. Shit. In the end his worries were unnecessary. The blast hit a barrier that appeared around the seating area, containing the energy within. "Have no fear," stated Ishain through his microphone. "Your safety is our #1 concern. That is why me and some of my friends have taken the liberty of increasing the barrier strength around the arena. Mages, fight to your heart's contents." With nothing to worry about, Sting and Rogue kept up with their plan. Rogue shot forward at inhuman speeds, wrapping around Gajeel in shadows before launching him at Natsu, the armor that made up Gajeel's form cracking from the force. Shadow Dragon's Waxwing Flash. "Good job, Rogue," called out Sting, bringing his hands together as an orb of light generated around them. The light of the white dragon purifies all things. The light expanded rapidly, growing twice as big as Sting himself. Natsu quickly recognized what Sting was doing. An incantation to power up his spell. Without time to do his own, Natsu intensified the flames around both hands before bringing them together. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. The energy fired was nothing compared to Sting's. Holy ray! Natsu felt his own flames getting pushed away, the blast sending him flying back and slamming against a wall with Gajeel. An eruption of darkness slammed into them straight afterwards, binding them and devouring some of his flames in the process. Gajeel's tail suddenly came up and the end opened, sharp iron projectiles being launched from the end. Sting and Rogue dodged them with ease, their power enhancing every aspect of their body. Breaking out of the shadows, Natsu and Gajeel both broke out a large amount of magical power. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's Fist. Flames gathered around Natsu's fist before he punched Sting, the Dragon Slayer catching his fist with one hand. He didn't expect the explosions of flames that followed, and Natsu used the chance to pummel Sting as quickly as he could, each hit causing another explosion of flames. Rogue was already on his way to help when he was hit by a drill from above, Gajeel having transformed his legs. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Karma Demon, Iron Spiral. Rogue struggled against the force of the spell before he was pummeled as well into the ground, the earth cracking as the force shattered the area around them. What neither of the fairy tale mages expected was for them to suddenly be hit by a breath attack from the opposite mage, freeing each of their opponents from their grasp. The worst part was that they were none the worse for wear, meanwhile their own drives were failing badly. "It's over," stated Sting. "Accept it. Or do you want us to show you a greater difference in strength with the full force of Dragon Force? A drive cannot match up to Dragon Force. It is only an imitation of a dragon's strength, while this is the reality of a dragon's power." A chuckle escaped both Natsu and Gajeel as they forced themselves back to their feet. "Hey Salamander, it seems we really can't win here as it is. We're lacking power by ourselves." "Yeah, I know. A single dragon can't beat one of this level." Natsu smirked as the same thought crossed both mages' minds. "Time to team up then. You two think your weak teamwork will be enough?" "Oh no," stated Gajeel. "I can't keep up with this guy very well. We keep getting in each other's way for the most part. And he bugs the hell out of me," added Natsu. "But we don't need to work with each other here. We have someone else to lend us their aid. We're not fighting alone here." As the remnants of Natsu's fire drive ended, greater flames exploded off his body, wildly spiraling around him as if begging to be released. Heavenly Flame Dragon Mode, release. What? Sting was frozen in shock. Heavenly Flame Dragon Mode. He's not the only one here, stated Gajeel as lightning started spiking around his body. Lightning Iron Dragon Mode, release. Dual Element Modes. Yoryuki looked at Kisuke in shock at the sight they were seeing, noticing he wasn't even surprised. "You knew?" "Of course. This was the basis of my initial research before holification after all. I will admit I never expected to see Gajeel managing to create such a form so quickly, but I suppose a surprise is nice ever once in a while. Now then, who will win now?" "Heavenly Flame Dragon Mode and Lightning Iron Dragon Mode," muttered Rogue. "Such things are possible." "We didn't know they were for a long time," admitted Natsu, looking at the flames around him. "And my mode wasn't exactly a safe power for a long time. Now? Well, I know what I need to do in order to use the sky." Walking forward, Natsu slowly settled into a strange stance. His entire body didn't seem alert at all. It almost seemed lazy and relaxed. As Sting rushed forward, Rogue shouting out a warning as he realized what Natsu was about to do, it was too late. Natsu's hand came up almost as if it was flowing through the wind in a massive burst of flames shot towards Sting. Redirecting himself at the last second, Sting was caught unaware when Natsu spun round his own flames and gestured upwards with his other hand. Another wave of flames shot forward and forced him upwards to dodge, however that put him exactly where Natsu wanted. Heavenly Flame Dragon's Gentle Palm. Pressing upwards with his palm quickly, a massive torrent of flames shot upwards, knocking Sting away with light burns. He winced as he hit the ground before dodging again, Natsu already moving towards him slowly in an almost elegant fashion. It was like he was dancing in a way, moving with the wind and guiding it along the path he wanted rather than forcing it. "He did it," muttered Wendy from the stands, Urza looking at her in confusion. "He said he managed to do it, but he never explained what he decided to do." He worked out what sky magic needs for the flames to remain in control. Urza eyed the flames in interest. It's freedom. He has to give up on forcing the magic to work, else he risks losing control. Exactly. The sky, it's free. It's wide and open and nothing will ever be able to tame it. To use it in such a way for Natsu's power to work, he had to let go of trying to force it to act. He had to let go of harsh and wild actions. He had to learn to flow as the sky itself. Hold on, Sting, muttered Rogue as he rushed towards Natsu. He was being completely ignored, and he would take advantage of that. He was almost there when a large amount of iron projectiles rained down around him. He noticed Gajeel lowering his arm, and he knew the man must have known such attacks were ineffective while he was in his shadow form. What was he plan? Gajeel was gone from his sight before he could even finish that thought, a fist crashing into him before Gajeel continued past. He looked after Gajeel in shock as the man reappeared at one of his iron projectiles, all of them appearing to be basic rods. No sooner had he reappeared had he vanished once more, and this time Rogue saw it. A bolt of lightning, shooting towards him. Even with seeing it, he wasn't fast enough to dodge, and once again a fist slammed into him. Gajeel reformed, and immediately it all became clear to him. Gajeel was transforming himself into lightning. It probably was different from the notes he had on Laxus. That man could do it on will and move anyway. Judging by the setup around him, Gajeel could likely only transform if he was able to move towards one of the rods. He was using the iron's attractive property to draw the lightning straight towards it and to grab him en route while they both had an elemental body. When did you teach Gajeel that? Asked Ichigo, realizing only Laxus could have helped Gajeel obtain this power. We all had our own little training camps. Natsu's Heavenly Flame Dragon mode made me think perhaps it was possible for another to gain a similar power, and so we tried to see if Gajeel could obtain my power too. It was that or Natsu's, and we figured we might be able to use my lightning to make him stronger than Natsu's flames ever could. And, as you can see, it worked. Can he stop himself between jumps? Unfortunately no, and I'm sure Rogue will notice it soon enough. He has to return to normal at a source of iron, or if none are there then he returns to normal anyway. It's not like me where it takes priority. His iron is strong enough to suppress the energy in other situations. Laxus watched as Rogue tried to take advantage of said weakness only to find Gajeel never reappeared, instead bouncing back round to another iron rod. The thing is though that he can keep bouncing if he needs to. In some ways he could become even faster than I can, or at least on the ground. He's drawn to the rods and it accelerates him quickly. That can't be all it gives him though. No, smirked Laxus as Gajeel reappeared, his arm transforming into a blade of iron before lightning sparked all around it. Watch this. Lightning Iron Dragon's electrocuting blade. Gajeel swung at Rogue, who tried to catch him off guard, catching him with the side of the blade and sending him crashing into Sting nearby, sparks flickering off his body and slowing him down. It held him down long enough that Natsu was able to send a wave of flames at both mages, sending them crashing to the ground in pain. Something has been bothering me, muttered Yoriyuki as she watched how easily the saber-tooth mages were being pushed back. Why is the so-called Dragon Force being beaten back so easily? I can understand that these forms are powerful, but Dragon Force is meant to be stronger than this. If these forms were 2 dragons, Dragon Force should be at least 5. Dragon Force has always been an interesting thing. The pinnacle of what a Dragon Slayer can achieve, aside from giving up their humanity of course. I assume you are familiar with Dash. I've heard of it in the records. Go on. Well, the thing is I've never found what truly awakes it. Naturally I mean. Dragon Slayers can obtain it temporarily, but having it permanently has always been something that eluded me. I won't deny that I once considered training a Dragon Slayer, if just to try and work it out. After all, Dragon Force can be said to be on the same level as a Bankai in terms of the amount of power and destruction one can obtain with it. In the end though, I still don't know how a first-generation Dragon Slayer can call on it at will. But it is a different case in non-natural Dragon Slayers. The second generation, muttered Yoriyuki. I see. It's the Lacrima. It allows them to draw it forth because within it is a dragon's power, not just the ability to use Dragon Slayer magic. Pretty much. But looking at this show now, I see the fatal flaw that has appeared in such a procedure. A flaw. Indeed. What do you think it is? Yuruaki frowned before it became clear to her. You don't mean the lacrima itself? Yes. It is a crutch. It's a shortcut. They will forever have Dragon Force at their disposal, and it was so easy for them to do that. But the true strength of Dragon Force has forever been lost to them. A second generation has a mere fraction of the true strength, and a third generation has maybe a third or less in my mind. So long as the lacrima is embedded in their chests, they can't obtain the full strength it can give them. That's why they are losing. Because the scrap of power they have isn't enough to compete with the power these other two mages have obtained. Let's finish this salamander, shouted Gajeel. On it. We won't let you, cried out Sting as he and Rogue brought a hand back behind themselves. On their command, a large amount of shadows and light burst forth, pooling together into a small orb between their palms. They both pushed the orb together as a spiral of energy burst forward, perfectly fused together. Holy Shadow Dragon's Flash Fang. Unison Raidha? Salamander, now. Natsu smirked as he and Gajeel both brought the heads back. Heavenly Flame Dragon's Dash. Lightning Iron Dragon's Dash. Roar. A storm of lightning and iron shot forward beside a massive storm of vicious flames, nowhere near as large as the storm Natsu had used in the past. Uncontrollable. Side by side, the two attacks colliding against the Unison Raid in front of them, and, for a brief moment, it seemed like Sting and Rogue's attack was about to overpower their own, despite all the odds. In the end, however, it ended as they thought it would. Their roars broke through, slamming into both mages. By that point the attack had been drastically weakened, but even so it was enough for the two weakened mages. Damn it, muttered Rogue as he fell forward. Sorry Lecter, muttered Sting as he fell to his knees, slowly falling to one side straight afterwards. We lose. Unbelievable! Exclaimed Chapati as the crowds went wild. The winners, ladies and gentlemen. The twin dragons of Sabertooth have fallen. Fairy Tail is victorious. Of course, said Natsu, panting slightly from the exhaustion of using such a draining mode. We're Fairy Tail after all. We wouldn't have accepted anything less. In the group, Kisuk smirked before glancing towards Sting and Rogue. For a second their attack looked like it might have actually won. And that magic he had sensed. He shook his head. No, it couldn't be. He was imagining things. He had to be. Still, it deserved a bit of attention, just in case. If it was what he thought it was, there might be some trouble in the future. Meanwhile, at another side of the arena, a cloaked woman felt tears running down her face, raising her left arm to wipe them away. Natsu. She smiled beneath her hood before turning her gaze towards the other Fairy Tail team, her smile dropping as she saw the smiling face of Ichigo Kurosaki. With him being here, she was so confused. He wasn't meant to be there. She didn't remember him being there. Protector of the Fairies. Juro let out a sigh of relief as the sound for the match to end drew to a close. Giving a small nod to his opponents, Juro led Uryu out of the arena, Kenpei and Bacchus leaving the opposite side. No sooner was he out of sight did he lean heavily on his staff, letting the exhaustion he truly felt appear across his face. Uryu was in a similar situation, leaning against the wall and wiping his forehead of any sweat. Tough aren't they, stated Juro, knowing no answer was needed. We were lucky enough to not have to face them for any longer. Why didn't you use your legendary spell? Uryu found himself asking. Are you not confident in its strength against a monster like that? Calling someone a monster can be rude, you know, but then it's what happens when someone stands so high above everyone else. As for why I did nothing, it is because it takes time. Time to form and shape, and the problem is I'm unconfident in my original defenses to hold for long enough. Kenpei Kizaraki, I can't believe such a man could slice through earth as hard as mine with his bare hands, and he made it look so easy too. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Uryu pushed his glasses further up by the bridge of them. Though he ignored me for most of it. He's the kind of guy that loves one-on-one fights against strong enemies. I can read him clearly on that regard. It's not fun unless they can match me, or at least come close. Uryu shrugged. Better you than me at least. Bacchus wasn't too much for me to deal with. Are you okay anyway? Do you want me to escort you to the medical wing? I may go there myself anyway just to check up on myself. You go ahead. I'm heading back to watch. Raventail and the Garu Knights will not take long. And then dash. Ichigo Kurosaki. I know you want to see him fight. You made your intentions clear to him when you first met after all. I will beat him, make no mistake. But I need to see him fight first. He's been very quiet, not participating in any events whatsoever. This is the first battle he has finally entered and his enemies will not be ones he can force into submission easily. They are the perfect opponents to push him to his limits, and for him to win in the way he wants he'll have to overpower them in such a way that leaves them unharmed. If he can do that, he'll have to expose his strength clearly for all to see, and once he's done that they'll analyze it all and determine any and all weaknesses that can be exploited. I'll wish you good luck on that. Don't consider it to be easy no matter what you see though. You shouldn't underestimate your opponents. I'll keep that in mind, stated Uriu as he left the older mage. Slipping out a side entrance, he snuck into the large crowds, heading towards the familiar magic he could sense. It was completely muted, but he was a Quincy. So long as there was a tiny trace there, he could pick it up. Checking up on me are you? Asked Bambietta, her feet up on the back of some poor man. He wasn't sure how she had roped him into being a footrest and he wasn't sure he wanted to know either. Just so you know, I've been watching all the fights carefully. Those dragon slayers was fucking awesome. Did you see how destructive each attack of theirs was? Language, muttered Uriu in annoyance. You should at least have some level of civilized behavior. That stuff's a pain and you know it. His Majesty can be so strict at times you know. Mind your words, Uriu hissed at her. Luckily no one seemed to have noticed her slip up. I'm just here to join you for the match. There's a better view up here. I know. Higher up, and that's useful when the people you're watching can fly. Besides, you can probably still see it all in perfect detail. Am I right, Mr. Eyes? His wrapped his knuckles along the back of the girl's head, making her wince in pain. Some respect please. I don't expect you to address me by any titles or anything, but at least avoid the use of such degrading nicknames. If you were anyone else I'd have killed you by now you know. And you have yet to do so because you realize why you can't. Don't I know it, muttered Bambietta, shivering from the memory. Ichigo Kurosaki. If he's awakened to his Quincy heritage like his Maj, I mean like the big guy believes he has, what power does he contain exactly? I mean it's enough to make the big guy pause for crying out loud. The last time he did that was with you after all. Many abilities can do that. Mine is one such example. Gremmy's was another, and so was Giselle's and the Lloyd twins. Ichigo Kurosaki is theorized to have an ability equal in strength, or at least when used in combination with the rest of his power. Whatever happens today, we must find out the limit of his strength. And then we'll have the answer to our problems. You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. You know exactly what ability he possesses. If I'm right too, you've probably already known for a while now. I want to see the proof with my own eyes, and not just believe the feelings I get from his power as it passes me by. For the entirety of his match, my eyes will never leave him. And then we'll report back, right? Uriu paused for a second before answering. Yes. Then we'll report back. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.